All right, everybody, give me a second here. We're going to get things rolling. Trying to verify something here. Okay, double check here. Yep. Great. So, good morning, afternoon, whatever it is for you folks. I'm trying to give a little bit of an update. So we have a, God damn it, I just scratched that open again. We have this nor'easter coming, and I was planning on deploying a bunch of cameras, but this is looking like a little bit of an uptrend of an event, but I don't really think this is going to, I don't want to say it's not going to be a big deal. If it's going to be, the areas that are a big deal are going to be on the coast. So I don't know. We might go, like I said, this isn't like an official deployment of our resources, so we might go put a couple more out. I'm trying to get in contact with one of the property owners in Buxton because there's a couple of properties that I actually would like to put a streaming device on, but it's like very clearly private property. Like there's a sign. If the sign wasn't there, it'd be one thing, but I would really like to get on a utility pole that's on that private property. I'm trying to get a hold of a landowner, but it's proving difficult. I'm also trying to get a hold of that motel. I might just stop and ask them, but it looks like the Buxton area is going to take the biggest part of this. Hey, you guys, are we backwards again? Can you read the Mountain Dew, or is the stream mirrored? Hold on a second. We have a camera up in Kitty Hawk. That's on my hotel. And I've got the two down south that we had. Yeah, okay, we're not mirrored. It's mirrored up here, but not when it comes through. That's okay.
We can read it.
Perfect. I'm going to update the headline real quick. But thanks for joining. All right, so that headline should update here shortly. Thanks for joining. We're live on Facebook at the moment as well. Radar Omega and the Cycrad apps. Actually, there's a lot of really nice people out here that I've met today, which is awesome. So just going to give you guys a little bit of a rundown. I know it's kind of hard to show you guys. I don't have a way to like screen share this at the moment. But here's Radar Omega. Oh, I'm such an idiot. What am I doing? So here's Radar Omega. And this is showing what the wind speed might look like tonight. 10 meters. So this is the basically just slightly above ground level wind speed. This would be like sustained wind. So about between 35 and 45 miles per hour sustained, potentially down here by Buxton. This whole thing's the Outer Banks. Now if I switch this over to the 10 meter gusts, this is going to be wind gusts. This is going to be the peak wind intensity here. Hold on, I gotta load the entire thing here. It's gonna take it a second to load. It's on a slow connection right now. But hell, this is even for 1 a.m. and we're showing gusts anywhere between 45 and 50. I'm waiting on this to load. Come on. Come on, computer. No, this is not a hurricane. This is just a low pressure system. Come on, any day now. There we go. Damn computer. So by 8 o'clock tonight, we could have 50, 55 mile per hour wind gusts here along places like Buxton and south. And then those wind speeds are going to start picking up from north of Buxton all the way up toward Kitty Hawk, 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. All the way through, it looks like 3 a.m. it'll be a Kitty Hawk and north problem by daybreak. That's kind of what we're looking at. So I think the wind is going to be the main story. But something to remember, though, the wind is also going to push that water onshore. So if this is going to be a deal with the wind, then it's also going to become a big deal with the coastal flooding. Which you can probably see the coastal flooding if I turn this on. I will turn on the thing to cycle the camera here. Hang on. So we're going to go make a pass down to the south. Let's go down toward Buxton again. I just came up here to kind of check the area, I guess. So we're probably going to have 2 live streams today. We're going to have this one, and then we'll probably be live again even later. Just depends on how things go, I guess. So let's go south down Highway 12. But definitely looks like this thing might be overachieving a little bit. So we might end up with a stronger low, and this low pressure system might actually stay a little bit closer here to shore. So that would bring stronger winds. And also rainfall could be a big deal. We don't have a moderate risk for rainfall, but I wouldn't be surprised if they issue one. But the flash flooding is definitely, I don't know, maybe it's not flash flooding, but flooding in general is really a concern down here. It's just going to rain and rain and rain and rain, and then we've got water coming in. So we're going to have problems with that. But I've talked to a lot of people down here, and a lot of people just don't know what's going on. Like, they just want answers. This is not a complaint against the National Weather Service. Please don't take it that way. But because this is not like a tropical storm or a hurricane and it doesn't have a name, National Weather Service, in my opinion, I think they should put out like a special weather statement or something, because folks, like, they see, oh, coastal flood advisory, and they're like, what the hell even is that? Hell, I don't even know what that is. But these folks just don't know, and I think the TV news, I think they're doing an okay job, but a lot of these folks are not from here. They don't know who they should be following, whatever. So the general lay of the land that I've gotten so far has been basically that the folks that live here, you know, they kind of know what's going on because they know what they need to know. The folks that don't live here and they're visitors, they really don't know what's going on, and they don't even know where to get the information. So I'm not a very good information source for them because I really don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to tell them what floods and what doesn't. I just know that Highway 12 floods. I ran into 2 different cops this morning, and both of them told me that with this truck we should not have an issue on Highway 12. And I don't think we will either, but obviously we'll monitor it closely. But there's obviously been a lot of people that have been getting out of here, because this is the second time I've drove through here now. And there's way more people going north than there are south. Way more people. So I think a lot of folks are just getting out of here. They just don't want to deal with it, and I don't blame them. I mean, because, I mean, there is the off chance that Highway 12 could be closed for another 3 days, and then people get stuck down here, and that's a problem. But I talked to some, like, DOT construction people earlier, and they told me that they're trying their best to make that not happen again, because it sounded like that kind of got away from them a little bit more than they wanted. So they're really trying to stay ahead of this one. But the DOT out here obviously does a pretty good job with what they're doing, because this is like just, it's like snowing. It's like snow drifts, but with sand. And it just keeps filling in and filling in. Like, they're constantly out here scraping it off of the roads. I mean, they're doing a really good job for the car.
Sure who owns that land? Dion?
No, I'm not sure who owns that land. Thank you for the advertisement. So like, they're doing the best with what they have, and I think what they're doing is actually, they're doing pretty good. The thing is out here, what I've kind of gathered is the way of life out here is a little bit more, and again, this is not an insult to anybody anywhere else, but it's a little bit more robust almost. Like a lot of other places, and these are just facts. I'm not trying to like say that other places suck or anything. I'm just trying to give you like my observations, like the facts that I've observed. Like for example, Florida. When you're in Florida, everything just shuts down. People close it up. They close the roads, and then it's like, what do we even, like 2 days before the storm, it makes it harder for people to even get out. It's a pain. I know this isn't a tropical storm. I know it's not a hurricane, but it's going to have tropical storm impacts. This is probably going to be similar impacts out here as a tropical storm. But the DOT especially seems very resilient and robust. And it seems like that everybody out here is very dedicated to ensuring that this remains accessible throughout the entire duration, if possible. I don't get the we're throwing in the towel vibe that I get a lot of other places. A lot of other places they do. They just throw in the towel. They say, all right, screw it. There's a hurricane coming. And then they make posts on Facebook saying, we're going to arrest you if you're out after 5 o'clock p.m. And that doesn't, there's a certain county in Florida that likes doing that, and that's not the right way to do it, because you can't do that. You can't just go and arrest people for being outside of their homes at 5 p.m. And if you do that, you're going to have lots and lots and lots of people coming after you with pitchforks. Like, you can't do that. And the thing is, they always threaten to, but they don't. And like, that's not right. It's really not constitutional, and it's not the right way to deal with people. Because if you just tell people, you got to stay inside or evacuate, or we're going to arrest you after 5 p.m. and all this, like, that's not how you get people to comply with an emergency order. That is not the way to do it. That just makes people angry. There's none of that out here. Everybody that I've talked to, like I said, I talked to a cop at the Wawa who actually came up to me and he was like, hey, are you one of the guys that got their camera thing stolen? I'm like, yes. And then he was like, are you guys getting paid? And I'm like, well, yeah, kind of. What do you mean? He's like, well, are you like getting paid during the shutdown? I'm like, oh, well, we're not the government. And he's like, oh, that makes me feel even worse then. He's like, I thought they stole it from some government entity. And I'm like, no, they stole it from us. And he's like, well, that makes it even worse. But then the other cop, it was funny because he was like following me around. He was trying to he said he was trying to get the website off the back of the truck. But I didn't know where I was going, so I was like just driving aimlessly all over the place. And then I pulled into a beach thing, and then he made a U-turn and pulled back in. And I was like, I think we were following each other there for a bit, and we were talking, and he told me that, that he basically confirmed exactly what I'm saying now, that like people are, the DOT especially, is really trying to keep everything open until it really can't be open anymore. And that's like, the whole public safety environment out here just makes so much sense for what's going on. Like, it's not this doom and gloom. It's not this, if you don't evacuate by 5 p.m., you're getting arrested. None of that. It's if you go talk to, whether it's law enforcement or the DOT or one of these contractors, for the most part, they all know what the hell's going on, and they're actually, like, it's more of a positive, helpful, let's get through this together environment versus we're going to turn this into martial law kind of environment. And I think that's great because that makes these visitors actually listen. Because people don't listen when you boss them around. It's a psychology thing. But if you tell people, hey, we're going to close the road down at such and such time because we will not be able to physically keep it open. Can you please leave so you don't get stuck down here for 2 days? They're way more likely to listen versus get the hell out of here or we're going to arrest you. It's like, you don't listen to that. Because that's the truth. It sounds like they will keep this highway open until they cannot keep it open. Like, because there might be a point where they might not be able to keep up with it, at which point they're going to try to get everybody out of here so that they're not stuck on the wrong side of this, which, that's good. So, like, I really am impressed with this area out here. And all you folks that live out here, because it seems like everybody out here really wants to just get through this.
Update. NC Highway 12 is closed on Ocracoke Island. It is in the southwest of you. The road is expected to be open by Monday, October 13th at 12 p.m.
Yeah, I don't think they've been doing the ferry out there either, so I don't even know like what's out there to be closed.
It says that the ferry route has now been suspended due to weather conditions.
Oh, maybe it was open. Well, it's a good thing we didn't go out there. But yeah, I mean, everybody out here has been very accommodating. Lots of very nice people out here, which is good. So we'll go back down to Buxton area. That's kind of where I've spent most of my time so far. That's where a lot of those houses have fallen in the water. But a lot of this water that comes over Highway 12 like comes in underneath the sand dunes and the sand berms. So yeah, if you guys want to take a look at these live cameras, you can go in the Radar Omega app or even the SciCrat app. And I'm just going to add a little bit of a disclaimer here, and I say this very nicely. You know, please just, I'm asking kindly to respect it. But we have a lot of locals that are watching, and it's possible that somebody might be watching that's about to lose their house into the ocean. I am going to ban, suspend, kick out, block, whatever it is, to anybody that comes in here and says, oh, those people deserve to lose their house. They got millions of dollars. Because we've actually had that earlier, and that is a very, very nasty, evil, demonic thing to say. Just because somebody has money does not mean that their building is not theirs. It's their investment. They worked hard one way or another to get it. They didn't just go to Walmart and rob the cash register. They worked hard for their money. It's unfortunate, and it's, you know, a lot of them are rentals. So, okay, yeah, whatever. But a lot of them are homes, and they are somebody's home. So we are immediately going to remove, kick, ban, block. I don't care who it is. Anybody that comes in here and says nasty stuff like that. Because if it was your home and you were watching, and you pulled it up and you saw it on camera, and it was just nothing but people being nasty about it, it might actually like really cause some serious depression. So I would just like to remind everybody that I'm going to go through a couple of frequently asked questions here. People are like, well, it's their own fault. They built it so close to the ocean. Okay, 30, 40, 50 years ago when they built the house, the ocean was like 400 feet farther off. All right? They didn't just put some poles in the water and build a house on it yesterday. Because there were some comments earlier that I couldn't even believe it when I went live from my phone for a few minutes. People saying something like, that's new construction. They had no right building it there. It's not new construction. The house is half rotted away. Like, it's probably a 30 or 40-year-old house. But they didn't build it there. The beach has eroded because of storms, and nobody expected it to erode at this rate. It's just this coast out here has just been freaking hammered over the past decade or so. You know, they lost probably about 60 feet of sand from Imelda. Because one of the local ladies that I was talking to told me that there was like a 6-foot tall sand berm that went all the way across the front of the beach, and it was like 50 to 60 feet into the water from, east of where the houses are that are starting to go in the water. And it's gone. Now the water's up to the road. So I know there's in that spot where that camera's at least 60 feet of erosion. So I know that a lot of people just might not understand, but I want to make it clear that they didn't build the houses last year. They didn't build them in the water, and it's not an insurance scam. We need to stop that. People are like, oh, they built them there to collect the insurance money. Nobody invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to build property to collect the insurance money in 30 or 40 years. That is a conspiracy, and that is not, no, that's not what happened. So I apologize that I had to take the time and go into this negative comment mode here, but I really, really wanted to address that before it potentially becomes a problem, and I just kind of wanted to warn everybody that, yeah, I mean, it's not going to fly. So, I mean, it's fine if we want to comment and discuss about it and stuff, that's perfectly fine, but I just don't want to see comments like, oh, it doesn't matter, they have money, or oh, it doesn't matter, it was their own fault for building it there. Well, it's not, and it's also doesn't. It's a very sick, demonic thing to say that, oh, that person has money, so screw them. I hope something bad happens to them. It's like, okay, well, that's terrible. Like, you need to get yourself checked out if that's your mentality. You know, money does not make somebody evil. You don't know what they're doing with that money, and it's none of our business. But we don't know. Maybe they're donating $300,000 a year to the frickin' Humane Society for the damn cats. We don't know. So it's kind of like that guy earlier that got pissy with me and then posted me all over Reddit saying, where he screen recorded me make. So I made a joke. One of the cameras that's placed out there is on a utility pole, but I had to go onto somebody's yard to access it, like 2 feet. You couldn't even tell if it was their yard or not. The guy was out there, and I was like, hey, is this where the yard is? He's like, well, that's where it's supposed to be. And I'm like, okay, well. And I showed him what I had. I'm like, I want to put this on your pole. I'm like, you gonna be mad if I put this on your pole? And he's like, well, what are you gonna do if I tell you no? And I said, wait for you to walk back inside, then probably put it up there anyway. And he thought it was funny. And he's like, yeah, I don't care. And then he goes, yeah, you put it there, and if somebody messes with it, I'll shoot him. I'm like, all right. That works for me, man. It's what he said, not me. And I told that story earlier, and somebody screen recorded it, and they're like, I have you on video. And they posted it on Reddit. I made a big deal about it. I have you on video saying that. It's like, yeah, everybody has me on video saying that. It was a live broadcast. Duh. And they're trying to make me look bad. It's like, oh my God. Oh no. So they're like, how dare you? You said you were going to trespass anyway. Like, oh my God. God forbid I joke around with somebody. Like, God damn, people. That's what a snowflake is. That's a snowflake. The brain rot I can't comprehend. So we're not going to do none of that. But, you know, I made that I told that story earlier, and like that's the kind of mentality that this live stream is attracting for some reason because of these houses going in the water. And we don't want that. Like, that is a bad mentality to have. Like, we can enjoy this and have fun and still document what's going on, keep tabs on stuff. If there's anybody that's watching that's a local that might not be here that wants their property checked, if you message my Facebook page or email me, seethestorm.net or Project Weather Eye, wxi.org. The link is pinned. You can actually contact me on the pinned link in the description. Or not the description or the chat. I can't promise you that I can go check, but I mean, I'm willing to drive by it and tell you if it fell in the water or not. You know, we can do some public service while we're out here because there are locals that watch, and it's what we're doing out here is important. So we don't want to ruin it for the people that are utilizing this for information. How far out is the storm? It's hard to say. I mean, this is part of the storm, but the actual the central low pressure area, I don't know. I haven't really looked at satellite or OBS or anything, but I can tell you that we're probably about 8 hours away from peak intensity. I think that the winds are really going to pick up around like 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. I don't know if that's the right answer you're looking for, but that's kind of really the best thing I can say, I guess. Oh yeah, I totally blew up on that guy, by the way. Some of you guys heard it, but I totally lost it. I just I went off on him. Like, you're not... It was actually a group of people. It's like, you're not going to come into this chat and start talking about people deserving to have their homes washed away and stuff like that. Because it's not only homes, folks. It's not only homes. It's the coast. And there's an ecosystem out here too. So if the homes are getting washed into the water, that means some of the ecosystem is getting disrupted and washed away while that's happening. We don't want the ecosystem disrupted. We have one planet to live. I don't give a crap about what Elon says. We're not moving to Mars. We have one planet to live on, and if we absolutely destroy it, we're not going to have a planet to live on anymore. And that goes down to as simple as we need to preserve our coastlines. Now, folks, we're not going to argue climatology, global warming, any of that crap. The only thing we're going to argue in the chat is flat Earth, because we have flat earthers and they're dumb. They're morons, right? We all can agree on that except for the flat earthers. But what I will tell you, as somebody who follows the climate, follows meteorology, somebody who, more importantly than someone sitting behind a desk, as somebody who's out here experiencing the climate, what I can, and the effects of this and the people and hearing stories, what I can tell you is we should stop looking at climate change, maybe in terms of global warming and, you know, the hairspray being bad for the environment and stuff like that. I think we should start looking at it as, what has the pattern been over the past 100 years or whatever? The climate has changed some. I'm not going to sit here and debate if it was human, if it was gasoline, if it was the electric cars or the lithium or Elon or RFK or Trump or Biden. That's none of the point. The fact is that the climate has changed based on what we believe it used to be. We don't know exactly what the climate was X amount of years ago, whatever, before we started keeping records. But what we can say is the trend has been, there has been a difference in the climate. And one of the things that we're seeing out here, coastal erosion, that shouldn't be happening at the rate that it is. There's a lot of reasons it could be happening at the rate that it is. It could be dumb luck. It could be just dumb luck that this area has been hammered, absolutely freaking hammered over the past decade or decade and a half or so, or maybe even two. It could just be dumb luck, or it very well could be the fact that it could boil down to sea surface temperatures and storm paths and tracks and stuff like that. But the only thing that we can do right now is mitigate what we've got. We can't just dump sand back on the beach and put the coast back out 400 feet like it was 40 years ago or something. But what we can do is mitigate it. You know, we can start educating the people out here, making sure that we don't have trash flowing back out in the water. One of the things I noticed out here was the difference between the last time I was out here when there was no storm at all. I just drove through here for the hell of it. And now it honestly looks like people have prepared. There's not things that can go floating around in there. The people that I've talked to, the actual boots on the ground that live and rent here, say that, you know, what they've done is they've cleaned up the yard, they made sure nothing's going to get floated away, stuff like that. We can do our part with that, because when all this water comes up, it's going to go back out and it's going to take whatever garbage is with it, and that's going to harm what we have already. Like, we have an ecosystem that we have to protect, and it has nothing to do with politics, it has nothing to do with climate change, or is or doesn't. It's got nothing to do with global warming, it's got nothing to do with any of that. It's got to do with, we have to mitigate what we have and deal with the cards that we're dealt with, and mitigate the risk of loss of life and loss of property. And, you know, I'm not saying we got to tear down the houses out there, but I think we have to kind of accept at this point that we are losing coastline out here. What are we going to do to mitigate the impacts of it? And I don't live here. I'm not in charge of that out here. So I don't know. The lights are out. It's supposed to be a four-way stop. Let's see if people actually do the right thing or not. Yep, kind of, but apparently not the oncoming. But that's one of the things I wanted to address, because I get a lot of people that are like, you did this because you voted for so-and-so and blah, blah, blah. It's like, guys, arguing until you're blue in the face about climate change, global warming, or weather patterns doesn't fix any of this that's happening right now. What fixes what's happening right now is mitigating the damage we've got. Me arguing about climate change or you arguing about climate change isn't going to actually fix this. We can't just put the coast back. So we have to be a little bit respectful of the people out here and understand that when folks decided to set up home out here or vacation homes or whatever, 30 years ago, they probably didn't expect that the coast was going to totally erode like that. It's a very sensitive ecosystem out here, and we don't want to lose it. Like, you know, all the crabs on the beach and stuff like that. I mean, I understand it's just crabs on the beach, but like these are locations where you can witness things that you can't see easily anywhere else. Yes, a lot of coastlines have the crabs. I get it. But this is one of the places where like you can't even walk without stepping on a crab. You know, it's little things like that. There's other organisms, other ecosystem components, other animals, fishes, whatever out here. You know, feral horses, whatever, that don't have any control over any of this at all. They're not polluting it. They're not destroying it. A lot of it is humans, but not saying that humans cause this, but you know what I'm saying. Like, don't dump your trash in the river is what I'm saying. But this is a place that, if it's lost, is not really found anywhere else. It's a very unique habitat and unique ecosystem that is not common really anywhere. Like, people come out here just to experience it. So we want to take care of it. You know, it's like when we find trash on the beach, like, pick it up. I understand, oh, that might be icky. Okay, well, wash your hands afterwards. Like pick the trash up. Like, I understand that, you know, I didn't leave it there, you didn't leave it there, but I think if, you know, pick it up, like, it's the right thing to do. You know, small steps like this can go a long way. Maybe not in the short term, but 20 or 30 years from now, all of these small steps that people have taken might end up making a big impact. Like I said, it might not have a fast change or a big change right away, but later on, all these small steps put together might hopefully have a bigger impact on something else. So that's my lecture about not treating nature like garbage. So do with that as you wish. Let's stop and watch these people flying around on these freaking like kite things. You think we could talk one of these people into taking my phone up on one of those like windsurfing things and flying with it? Like, just strap. Do you think we could just like strap it to him and talk him into going up with it? I bet we could. Do you think we should? I don't really want to have to talk to people though, but I'm kind of tempted. So, yeah, we'll watch this for a minute. This is kind of nuts. I mean, I guess the risk is probably pretty low. I mean, what's the worst that happens? Like, you fall back into the water. I mean, it's not like you're falling onto concrete. I guess my biggest fear would be like you end up kind of flying away and then you end up getting drug into a tree or something. I don't know how any of this works. Like, I don't know how you make it so it doesn't just take you away. Because these guys get like 20 feet off the ground sometimes. So I have no idea, like, if there's a string you pull that like opens a hole or a vent up there to like make it so it's not floating. I don't know how any of this works. And I really don't want to try it. But what I will say is I would probably be terrified that I would get like drug into a tree or a power line. So I definitely don't think that I could possibly do this. I think this guy's going to try to like take off or something. Oh yeah, look at that. Go, dude, you can do it. It's better you than me. It's like strap a streaming camera to their helmet. I don't know how anybody could have any fun doing that. I don't know, man. Definitely different kind of people. There's a lot of them out here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's like 10 of these guys out here. Yeah, I don't know how like high up these guys go, but I watched a couple of them yesterday that were like had to be 20 or 30 feet in the air. How do you not run into each other? Like, I'm sure it happens, but they're all like in this really close proximity to each other, and like they're just kind of going all over the place. So it's like, how do you not? At some point, somebody's gotta like get clotheslined by the other guy's string or something. Almost has to. A little bit of a squall. It's kind of hard to see, but right here. All right, we'll probably keep moving down to Buxton. I guess. I have to get something to eat here at some point. All right, let me back up here without running somebody over. There's a lot of people out here. Oh, there's some guy with a Wisconsin license plate. Oh, that's actually interesting. Oh, and he bought his car from a terrible car dealership. I won't say which one, but it's one by my house, and it's not a good one. Bergstrom. Just asked me about their body shop. I don't know. It's kind of cool to watch these guys, though. So we'll be going south. So the ocean is going to be on the left, and then the water between here and North Carolina is on the right. For those that aren't familiar. Yeah, they're all over the place. Like all the way up and down this road, there's a bunch of like little beaches and pull-offs and stuff, and there's like people doing this whole kite surfing thing just all over. But hey, thanks for watching, everybody, and joining the live stream. Yeah, I think the peak intensity for this area is going to be, like this evening after dinner time, all the way up until like 3 a.m. Don't quote me on that, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, Lico, whatever. Yeah, sure. There's a reason I don't say the name of it, because I don't know how to say it, so. And no matter what way I say it, it will be wrong. Even if the locals tell me to say it a certain way, there will always be somebody on the internet that tells me it's wrong, and 9 times out of 10, they don't live here. That's usually how it works. Now, I don't think Connecticut's going to get it that bad now, Paul. I really don't. I don't think it looks like it's not going to be as strong up there. If it does eject up that way, I don't think it's going to be as crazy as once expected. I think it's going to be more of a... I think it's going to actually tend to try to basically come right here, and then any sort of excess, or we might get like a double low structure even. So it's hard to say, but I think this is probably going to be like the biggest deal out of this whole thing. I know a couple of days ago, even up until like yesterday, it was kind of a mixed bag where it's like, it's going to be a problem down here, but it might be up there, and it's kind of 50-50. But I think it's kind of leaning toward it's going to be more of a problem for the southern part of the forecast area versus up there. But I think you'll still get some effects. So no, I'm not going to go up there. I don't think I'd have time to get up there anyway. Piles of sand are either there unintentionally because the last storm put them there, or they're there because they scraped off the road and dumped it there, basically. That's how a lot of this is. A lot of this, they haven't even been able to totally clear a lot of these areas out, because Imelda, which didn't actually hit here, but it went by here, caused some significant problems. And that's what a lot of this debris is on the side of the road. It's all from Imelda. This is, we didn't have like a hurricane landfall. None of that, but we did have that storm that just dumped water on the beach because it was just pushing it up from the wind. And a lot of it came inland. I don't know how far up here it came, because I don't know if it necessarily came up to the road. I don't think so. But a lot of the debris, I think, has just been moved off the beach, and they just kind of dumped it on the side of the road to get picked up. From what I was reading, at least on the internet, Facebook and stuff, it sounds like they were still like actively looking for people to help clean some debris out of places. So hopefully they didn't get too far into that, because I think a lot of that's just going to get put back. All right, I'm going to let this dude with his brodozer have his time down there, and then we'll go back in there. There's a bunch of people. Oh, they got North Carolina. You guys think these guys own those Airbnb? I wonder if those are owners. They've got North Carolina plates. Hold on. I'm trying to get a hold of an owner or something for one of these rentals. Now, I've talked to the property management company, and even the people that do the maintenance, they don't even know who owns them. Like, they don't even have contact. Like, these are such big management companies that they just don't know. So, I don't know. I'm going to see if those guys maybe own these. Oh, and they're leaving. God damn it. I will just kind of, we're going to just move up and down this road for a minute because this vehicle has been attracting people with answers. So basically, if you stay in one spot with a vest, like a yellow safety vest and a hard hat or a stepladder and a clipboard, somebody who knows something will show up and give you an answer. And okay, well, I don't think that was a local because they took off. But because I want to go on one of these poles, but they're definitely on private property because they're behind all the no trespassing signs. If this was like a matter of life and safety, like if this was an active major hurricane or something like that, that wouldn't, the permissions trespassing thing's not even really much of a thing, because when conditions are going, it's hard. You kind of read between the lines kind of thing. But something like this, we're not doing this for entertainment value. Obviously, we're trying to help folks know what's going on. But if we don't do it, it's not like it's going to disrupt the world here. So you try to go the extra mile to be courteous about it. And sometimes it's not even necessarily asking somebody permission. It's more so saying, hey, I need to do this. And this is how we're going to do it. And then it's, oh, yeah, okay, no problem. Which I have never been told, no, you can't do that. And this is the comment that, come on, dude. These are the comments that really upset that group of people earlier in the live stream, saying that I think I'm entitled and all this. And I am a little bit entitled, folks. This also is going to piss some people off, but understand where I'm coming from. I am a little bit entitled. There are some folks out here, now listen to what I have to say. There are some folks out here who need to know what's going on with their properties and what's going on with the weather and such. And we've even met some of them people. During a hurricane, they come out of the woodwork much quicker. And it's very easy if, oh, hey, there's private property over there and I need to deploy a unit on it. You can find the owner in about 6 seconds with the internet. Something like this, not as easy. But there are folks that want this information, and I don't think that every Tom, Dick, and Harry can come out here and get that information. So in order for me to serve the public and serve our audience and serve the people that benefit from this, because I've gotten six Facebook message already today since I started streaming this morning on the app, thanking us for being down here, because 4 of them just have rental properties down here and they don't live here, and 2 of them live here, but they're on the other side of the island and they just like knowing what's going on. So this does make an impact, sometimes bigger than others. But the reason that I am very bullheaded about getting it's basically that thing of do whatever you got to do to get the job done, because people need and want this information. If I just sit here and try to spend 4 days contacting the Cape Hatteras utility company, electric firm or whatever, to say I'm putting it on pole 1987621 or whatever, that's not going to fly. Now, something like this, I have notified like the utilities and said, hey, if you see one of these on your pole, it's not a bomb, and they're like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Have a nice day. But I just want to make that clear, that because some people were a little bit offended when I've made those comments where I'm like, if things go to hell and we start having a life and property emergency out here, I'm not really that concerned about, did you walk through somebody's yard? I'm more worried about, is everybody in the house, number 1, out and safe? And number 2, are we able to make sure that people are getting this information that might need or want this information because they have an interest here? And people seem to think that translates to me like kicking their door down and sleeping in their bedroom, and that's not what we're doing. I'm talking about there being a pole behind their house and having to walk through their side lot or their back alley. That's what I'm talking about. So that's kind of why I talk the way that I do and I make the comments I do. I know that I sound entitled, and maybe it's because I am a little bit, because I feel like we've got a significant backing and significant audience that needs this information because they have flat out told me that they're using it. So I kind of look at it as well that it's kind of my job to ensure that we can get as much information and as much data out of here as humanly possible for the sake of their interest. And if somebody wants to track me down and say, hey, how dare you, you stepped on my sidewalk. Okay, well then that's fine, we'll handle it. If they want to file that complaint, I'll take their complaint. But that's why I kind of am the way that I am, you know. It's difficult in an area like this to do what we're doing because we've got a lot of private infrastructure. And that's the difference between this and a typical hurricane or tropical storm. This area, a lot of the property along the beach is all private, and it's not private necessarily like a country club or a private beach where you can just find a property manager and be like, hey man, I got to go on your property and put this weather data thing out here so we know what the hell's going on. Are you going to be good with that, or are you going to like shoot at me? Oh no man, yeah, cool, whatever. Oh wow, yeah, storm chaser. What's the weather like? You know, that's typically how that goes. And it's never a problem. But out here, it's private. A lot of this is privately owned, but all these people are gone. Like, there's nobody out here to get information from. There's nobody out here to shake their hand and say, hey, I really, really need to walk through your yard, or what used to be your yard, and perform a very quick task. You know, you're gonna be all right with that. There's nobody out here for that. So you kind of go back. You revert back to like public property, public infrastructure, and there's not a lot of it here. This is one of those spots where there's just not a lot of that type of infrastructure. So that's what the challenge is out here. Maybe that's how I should have explained it earlier, but we are very limited in what you would call like no questions asked infrastructure. Like our utility poles, power poles, like, because the companies, they don't care. Bridges, overpasses, I don't know, sound barrier, fences and stuff like that. Things that are no questions asked, nobody cares, government does not care, things like that. And there's a couple of reasons that they don't care. Because they either don't care because they just assume somebody higher up than them has authorized it, or they just don't care because nobody, like, who actually cares? It's like when I dealt with the national parks people, or the seashore parks, or whatever they are people earlier. It basically was told, yeah, I had some questions. I'm like, hey, am I going to piss people off if I do this on this beach infrastructure, these signposts out here? And I was given a number to call, and I called the number, and they're basically like, we really don't care as long as it doesn't disrupt what we're doing. They're like, they were like, I'm not even sure. They're like, do you want us to like monitor them? I'm like, no, I just want to make sure that I'm not going to like disrupt something and piss people off. And they're like, it's not a big deal. Because this is what she said to me on the phone. People staple signs to those poles all the time, and we don't go after them. She's like, if you're ratchet strapping a plastic box to the sign and the post, she's like, that's not really any different than somebody stapling a garage sale sign. I'm like, I agree. So we've got the beach stuff underground. So I kind of wanted to go through and explain that just a little bit, because I know people have been asking, like, how can you put that on that pole and stuff? Well, you can, because people don't really care. The utility company doesn't care. I called them and said, hey, we're going to be operating in your area for the next several days. You're going to see a bunch of these plastic boxes strapped to your utility poles. You know, I don't know how many, and I don't know where at, you know. And I was like, if you want to monitor them, this is how you can monitor them. And if you've got a problem with it, do you want my phone number? And the guy was like, no, we don't even need it. He's like, he's like, you're talking to the right person, but we're not. He's like, just don't even worry about it. He's like, this is not an issue. He's like, just as long as you have some sort of information on there in case like the pole goes down and like they have to remove the pole. He's like, otherwise we don't know who to give it back to or who to call. And I'm like, oh, well, we have that on there. So, I mean, people are very supportive of this. Like, it's oftentimes where you will run into folks out here where they're like, oh my God, you got those cameras? I got a great spot for one. And then they like take you to their neighbor's fence post and they're like, hey neighbor, let's put this on your fence post. And that's usually how this happens. But there's nobody out here to network with this time, because everybody's pretty much just gotten out of here because they don't want to be involved in it. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. I would probably have gotten the hell out of here too, because this is going to be a mess. I'm about to take us out of the car. I need to figure out. Hold on. I've got like 3 phones in here, and I need a specific one. Yeah, you guys can actually see my truck if you look at in the Radar Omega app, the other camera unit. The lights are actually not. No, the lights are not flashing. They're on steady burn, and because of the camera frame rate, it looks like they're flashing, but they're not. I'm gonna look at the chat here. Do we have anything interesting happening? I've got like 300 emails. Okay, when I get back in the car, I'm gonna plug my personal phone in. Oh, this totally has to be a local. This has got to be a local. Jeans, flip-flops, and taking photos, and North Carolina plates, and a work truck. This has got to be a local. Thank God. We might have a local approaching. All right, she looks like she's a local. I mean, I don't know why, but she looks like she's from North Carolina. And she's beelining over here, so she is on a mission. It's probably a viewer. Oh, 100%. We might have a local. Either that or she's going to ask me when the storm starts. Should we take a poll? I'm about to find out. Howdy. Okay, never mind. She's just sightseeing. Okay, that was awkward. All right, well, she's just sightseeing, but she's very friendly. She waved. Probably Canadian. Yes, Mike. Definitely Canadian. That's exactly what I thought, too. Definitely a Canadian. What? I'm sure there's a South Park joke in there somewhere. Bonnie, this is the storm. It's going to get worse, though, around like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock. Okay, I need this phone. All right, folks, you're going to lose me for just a split second. Okay, we should be coming back now. All right, I switched you over to my portable phone. I don't want to take the main streaming device out of the truck because I don't want to risk getting water in it, which isn't a big deal, but if I get water in the USB port, it won't let me use the USB port, and I need the USB port for the microphone. So, just in case that happens, and it usually takes like an hour for it to dry out, so I want to use my backup. So hold on a second, I'm trying to get my coat on. And we're gonna go take a little walk around here. So I was wrong, that was not a property owner. I thought it was because she like beelined over to that one house and started taking pictures. I'm like, oh, maybe she owns it. I don't know. Guess not. Whatever. Hold on. I'll try to get you guys situated better here. All right. So hopefully you won't have too much wind noise. Hopefully that doesn't show up too much, but safety first. Some of you guys probably know what happened, and we'll just leave it at that. Hold on. Oh, somebody's gonna have a day with that. Okay. All right. Oh, I should not have left that open. So hopefully the audio is okay. I don't have the chat when I'm out of the truck. But you can see how much the beach has exposed itself here. I guess this is where the lighthouse used to be, and now it's over there. I guess they literally just moved it, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what they tell me. So our high tide line is like right up here. Water comes right up to here at night. You can see it on our unit over there. So we're a little bit after high tide. So in theory, all of this should be getting sucked out just a little bit. Just a little bit. And it has somewhat. But I've been told, if you can even hear me, I've been told that about 60 feet out that way, there was about a 6-foot berm of sand prior to Imelda. And obviously it's gone. This was all flat from the walkway, all flat out to here, about 60 feet ahead of that house. This is all recent. I'm gonna check my stream. You might hear an echo. I want to see if this is working. Yeah, prior to Imelda. All right, so you guys are hearing me about as good as you're gonna hear me, I guess. But we'll take a walk out here. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but I was told that you could, no problem, could walk all the way down this beach and you had 50 to 60 feet. So from here to there is probably about 20. So we had like from me to the truck, probably from me to where I parked. Ah, shit. Well, I went most of the day without getting soaked. Basically from me to where I parked in front of that house, and then maybe like an extra 10 feet. So this is gonna get significantly worse because we've got these waves coming in, the water's getting pushed up by the wind, and we've got high tide coming later tonight. I think it's sometime around like 9 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, something like that. Maybe even later, like 10, but we're gonna have high tide right around the time where we've got these strongest winds pushing the water on shore. So not only is the high tide line gonna be back up here again, last night it was right up about here. We actually can see some evidence of it, I think. Maybe like right about here, right in line with the do not enter sign. That's basically, here's our high tide line. The cameras confirm that. We had high tide all the way up to here even earlier. So we're not only gonna have water up to here, but we're gonna have these waves pushing it. That water normally would be way out there, but now it's gonna be up here. So you can see the problem here for these homes. So this is normally not beach. This should not be beach. This is like 3 to 4 feet of sand to the top of those poles that's not supposed to be here. So it's going to really make this a problem. This is like 3 to 4 feet of sand to the top of those poles. But, I mean, and you can even see this pavement got broke up. I don't know the full story, and again, we'll probably attract some locals because we usually do when we're out here doing stuff like this. I don't know the story of this asphalt. Obviously this got washed up from something. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it was out here, if it was here, or where it came from, or if it was a driveway. I don't know, but obviously that shouldn't be like that either. So we've had significant changes to this coastline even just over the past 2 weeks with Imelda. Like, this is significant. And all this smooth sand, you can tell though it's because the water has come up. All this like smooth, silky looking spot, that's where the water's been. We have had water all the way up to like here. And you can see where the sand gets coarse and where the debris stops. This has been our water line. With Imelda, this is probably about as far up as the water came with force. Obviously it spilled over, but it looks like with at least significant force that we were up to here. You know, everything else might have been just spill over here, but at least we had like water really just drilling the shoreline all the way up to here, it looks like. You know, and now we've got houses like this falling into the water. We've got at least 3 or 4 compromised beams or pylons on this one. This is a rental. It looks like they've got all the stuff out of it except the windows, or the window blinds. So obviously they had some sort of idea that this was happening. But I mean, the bottom's falling out of the little service door. And you know, I don't show you guys this because it's like, oh, haha, look at these people. It's more of like, this is what's happening. This is really unfortunate. So we've got that. The next one, and all of these all the way down have this erosion problem. Some of these are leaned over at like a 10, 20 degrees. They're listed toward the ocean. You know, these pylons go down probably 20, 25 feet. And you can see where a lot of this water has gotten up to. Maybe not so much on stream, but in person, you can see there's a lot of wear marks on the bottoms of these halves of these pylons. There's been a lot of wear, and that's probably from debris and well, this happening over the past couple of weeks. Because the locals that were here during this 2 weeks ago told me that this was not in this shape. None of these were in this shape. They were all perfectly fine. Well, with the exception of anything that was previously damaged, but this is all fresh. This happened within the past 2 weeks. And that was a storm that was a couple hundred miles offshore. Now we've got a low pressure system that's basically a tropical storm, if not a weak hurricane at some point here. And it's right on the coast. What just got washed up? Rock. Thought it was like a oyster or something. I don't know, or a clam. I don't know anything about sea life. So, but the amount of sand deposits is insane. We can go for a little walk here if you guys want to go for a short hike. Insane. So the Facebook locals and stuff are telling me that someone actually thought this one went into the water. It didn't. It's still here. This one over here is Facebook famous. That one's all over Facebook. I think the Weather Channel was doing their live shot here. You can tell they're not here because they're not screaming at me to get out of their camera shot. That was a jab. But this one's been kind of famous. It's I think this is gonna make it. That one might not. I don't know about that one, but you can see they've actually got it boarded up. They've got it boarded up. These are all new boards to try to reinforce it here after this last one. So they've done some mitigation here, which is good. I think this is where the driveway was, so we'll try to stay where the driveway was, I think, but All right, my mic is on the fritz. Basically what I was saying, I don't think you missed much of that. Hold on. I'm going to put it in my hood to make sure it don't get wet. I wonder if the water got it. But... One second. Alright guys, hopefully you can still hear me. I think the water might have got to it. So we'll just go like this for a bit, sorry. Hopefully we can make do. So the audio is going to be terrible. I apologize. FedEx is still running. Open my stream to verify it. That's really annoying. So, all right, we'll walk back to the truck here. I'm starting to get wet and I want to figure out this mic issue. I think I just need to dry it out. And we'll take another look around here. But yeah, this is not a good situation. There's some ones that are even worse off down there. I'll show you those here in a minute. Man, FedEx is in a hurry. Getting wet. I have to get most of this done without getting soaked. Like, I want to do most of today without getting soaked. I have a towel. Don't forget to bring a towel. I have rain pants. I don't know why I didn't put them on. I actually stole this towel this morning from the hotel. But I haven't checked out yet. So is it really stealing? Or is it just borrowing? I think it's just borrowing. God, can you imagine some of these trolls on the internet? Oh my God, now he's a thief. Now he's a thief. Yep, sure am. Stole a towel. Oh my God. Just borrowing it. Let me switch you. right, let me figure out our audio issue here. I think this little receiver got wet and I might have killed it. I don't think I killed it though. I think it's just, it needs to dry out. Because this thing is, it's supposed to be water resistant, and it is, but it's having some sort of a fritz here. So we're gonna let that dry out. I'm gonna try to Bluetooth pair you. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to figure out how to get this to work with a Bluetooth mic. So just hang on, guys. I'm supposed to be able to do that. I don't remember how though. That's why. Hold on, I should be able to pull you guys from Bluetooth here while that dries out. I'll be just shouting at you to try to talk over things. So we'll test this out. Hopefully this is okay. Pull you guys from. All right, so test. You're gonna hear an echo for a minute while that dries out. All right, so test. You're gonna hear an echo for a minute. That doesn't sound. That dries out. This out. Hopefully this is okay. All right, so. You guys. Sorry about the echo. This one's not going to sound as good, but I can't, when the vehicle's moving because of the fan and everything, I can't shout. I'm going to get very, very fatigued if I have to keep shouting to get the mic to hear me. So I really need this so I can put it closer to my face. So I'm going to mute you for 1 second to check. Okay. Well, that's going to be good enough for us right now. Yeah, it should be fine once it dries out. You guys will have to let me know if it gets really like crackly and crappy. But yeah, this should be fine once it dries out. It usually is. It does take it a little while to dry out. I just have to have something that I can put closer to my face because otherwise I have to shout. And it's really, really fatiguing. Hold on. To sit there and like talk at like a really loud volume all day. Alright, is that focused? Yep, Highway 12 is in good shape now. They did close it like down on that Ocracoke or whatever the heck it is highway. Or island. That was expected. Appreciate everybody joining, though. We're going to have a little bit of a break in the rain. I want to try... I'm going to see if I can screen record that update that I gave from the beach. So you're going to hear me talking in the background for a minute. So I can post it.
I mean, and you can even see this pavement got broke up.
God, that mic, when it works, it does work really well in the wind, doesn't it?
This is gonna get...
Jesus.
Yeah, beach has...
Alright, so I gotta put this on Do Not Disturb, right?
I don't have the chat when I'm out of the truck.
Do Not Disturb.
You can see how much the beat...
And then we gotta screen record it.
So hopefully the audio is okay.
I need to have a better way to do this.
Oh, I should not have left that open.
Okay, I'm just gonna let that like work in the background and I'll just stop it at some point, I guess. Because I want to post that like clip to Facebook, but I need it screen recorded so I can do it, and I'm gonna try to make this happen. Radio, where do you go? So conditions are going to be going downhill. Oh, I'm parked in now. Awesome. Bunch of people pulled up and now they parked me in. They didn't do it intentionally, but they did it. Definitely doesn't, not like they did it on purpose, but... parked in the middle of the road here. For fuck's sakes. Alright, I think we're getting around. Alright, now we're getting around everybody. I better back up. I don't want to turn around in the sand. That's never fun. Oh yeah, we'll get out. Everybody that was behind me looks like they've backed out now. Everybody's coming down here. This is where everybody wants to come look. Where are you going, buddy? We got to think a little. We do have to use our brain just a little bit here. Everybody wants to come down here, and that's fine. But I'm backing up, so I don't want to get run into. That's basically what I'm getting at. Everybody's coming. Howdy. And them and the people behind them. Everybody's down here. There's like a whole clog of people down that other road that truck was trying to come through, and they're just sitting there like, duh. It's like, well, the guy's trying to come through. You can't just run him over. Oh, we can go back. down that little cul-de-sac. Hold on, we're gonna make another couple passes through here, don't worry. A little bit of a pass through town here. We'll come back to this area. There are a lot of people in the area. They come and go. We'll make a pass back through here in a little bit. Everybody will kind of thin out. Everybody comes in and then they go and then they come in again. No clue what the speed limit is. I'm just guessing. It is really pretty out here, though. It's definitely a cool place to go. But like I said, everybody out here is pretty nice, pretty friendly. Scout the area some more here. Pretty cool down here. It's not a very big area. It's pretty much the highway with some sand on each side of it, with the exception of the little towns. So it's not like you got wide open spaces out here by any means. And I think it gets a little crowded at times, but this time of the year, it's really not very crowded at all. Even with the amount of people out here, doesn't feel crowded. There's quite a bit of people out here. A lot have left, though. Sorry, guys. Yeah, this microphone situation, I need this receiver to dry out ASAP. So we can get back on the receiver. Oh, it's booting. Huh, it works. Well, maybe not. Nope, not quite. I'll get it figured out here eventually. It's very hot audio, so I have to talk really quiet. But I apologize, just bear with us through the audio. We will get this back to normal standards here pretty soon. Hopefully. We'll get this back to normal standards. If I have to, I'll use an AirPod. I just don't like having the AirPod in my ear the whole day. But if I have to, I can use the AirPods so I don't have to shout. Yeah, so this thing, I wonder if the receiver is having an issue here. Let me try plugging it in. I don't know if it's actually having a problem or if I unpaired the microphone. I don't know if it's actually... Could be both. Okay, so it turns on and it says it's charging. Alright, I think I might have just... You're going to lose my audio again here for a second. Stand by one. Ta-da! It's fixed. Remind me not to get that thing wet. It's fixed. Alright, sounds great. Perfect. There we go. So I need to get a little Ziploc baggie. It's water resistant and it's like weatherproof. But I think what happens is water gets, it's got little like contact pads because there's an adapter that plugs into the USB-C.
Hey Vince, remind you to not get that thing wet.
Yeah, no shit. I probably will though. There's an adapter that goes into the USB-C, and then the receiver clicks onto that adapter. And I think the receiver itself, yes, it's water resistant. But there's no seal, there's no O-ring, no gasket on the adapter that goes from the phone to the receiver. I could glue it or epoxy it, but I don't want to do that because I want to be able to use it. Sometimes I use it on my computer. But I think what I'll probably do is just get a Ziploc baggie because I think water is getting in there between those pieces, causing it to have a stroke. So I'll just get a little Ziploc baggie, and if we want to get out of the car with it, the phone is waterproof also. So I don't worry about the phone, but I'll just put a little Ziploc baggie over the receiver thing. I mean, it's fine if it gets like some spray on it, but in the rain, I think we need to do something with it. So I'll get a little baggie or something. I mean, a little baggie will be plenty. No need to make anything fancy or over-engineer something when all we gotta do is put a bag on it. you guys thinking? We've got, we're not done by any means. This hasn't even started, but I'm getting really hungry. In fact, let me send you guys to break. I'm going to send you guys to break for like 1 minute because I need to switch out the mic because this one's about to die. And I need to dig in my bag, and I'm about to have a coughing fit. And I don't have any water in here, so give me a minute, let me have a fit and cough all over my car. Okay, all right, so we're back. That was that. Okay, got sound good. I'm heading south. We can only go so far south because, well, there's a ferry to get to the other island, and I'm not taking a ferry. And I believe they shut the ferry down due to the weather. Rightfully so. But that Dollar General and some frickin' Pringles is sounding pretty decent right now. There's some cute little houses out here. Like especially some of these newer ones. Yeah, high tide around 10. 10:30. That high tide's going to coincide with some strong winds, folks. That is not good to see. We can't forget the flooding rain threat. But it's really hard to tell you guys too much information about the flooding rain risk. A couple different model solutions. And not entirely sure which one to believe, but there is a potential for some significant rain and potentially flooding. I think in a couple of hours' time, when we see how things start setting up, I can give you a little bit more opinion about the rainfall risk. Oh, hang on a second. All right, so we'll probably see some kite surfer people out here. Yep, there they are over there on the right. I don't feel like I can't move the camera right now because I have to loosen it, but they're over there. Trust me. If you squint your eyes, you can probably see them. Ocean's on the left. The Sound is on the right, which is the little area of water between here and the rest of North Carolina. I'm gonna probably keep saying that because I that's like one of the most frequent questions. Where's the water? Left or right? And I get it. Because you don't necessarily know which way we're going. So. This is probably the same cop, isn't it? Yep, sure is. Yeah, really nice people out here, though. Like, even the vacationers are super nice. Again, no idea what the speed limit is. I'm just guessing, so probably making the guy behind me upset. Passing one of our streaming cameras or streaming units here, or passed it already. I don't know which. I think we might have passed it already. Nope, it's up here. It's crooked. I should go straighten that damn thing out. So we're coming into, what is this one? I forget which one is which. Hatteras Village. All right. So that's where we're at. I wouldn't know it from anything else, but the water, this isn't like rainwater flooding. This is water that's like coming up underneath the berm or the dunes over there. It's it's getting forced on, up against those dunes and that seawall, and it's just coming, kind of seeping underneath of it almost. But I don't think this is going to be like a catastrophic problem, folks. I don't want to be giving anyone the impression that this place is all about to just like wash away. But I really do think that the potential is here that we could have some significant impacts from this. And it's just hard to comprehend because we don't even have a tropical storm. Like, this isn't technically a tropical storm. It's not technically a hurricane. So I think a lot of people kind of don't even think about it. They're like, oh, it's some rain and some wind. If this was a named tropical storm or a named anything, I guarantee you people would probably be, I don't want to say freaking out or panicking, but I guarantee you that people would be taking it a little bit different. I actually wouldn't even be surprised if 50% more people would have been out of here too. You never know. But there's a big exodus happening right now. There's just more people going north and getting out of here than there are coming in. And I've driven up and down the road quite a few times today. And that's one thing that I noticed is people are really just, the majority of the traffic is leaving. For every one car that's coming in, there's 10 that are going out. And no, I didn't count. That's just my guess. But this is about as far as we can go south before you have to get on a boat. And that's not happening today. So, I don't know, guys. We'll see what happens. But, I mean, I've yet to see anything. And And I guess it really doesn't matter what I see. It's more what's the public seeing. And I haven't seen any mass panic. I mean, there's a lot of people that are worried. Definitely a lot of people that are worried, but it's not like I don't think a lot of the worry is necessarily the storm. I think they're all just really frustrated that they're not getting answers. And I don't really have any answers to give to them, and I feel kind of bad. But I had to explain that there was one older lady, and she was very, very sweet. But I had to explain to her why I didn't know. Because I just kept saying I don't know, and then like she didn't hear me say that I wasn't from here, and she was just staring at me like I was a total idiot. And I was like, I'm not from here. I've got no idea what you're even talking about. And she's just like, oh my God, I'm from Colorado. And I'm like, well, you see, like neither of us know what we're dealing with. But she had to be in her late 80s. I mean, she was definitely up there. But she was getting around. She had her phone, and she was like vertically taking pictures and stuff. It was, I don't know if she was Snapchatting or what she was doing. She was sending them to somebody, but she was walking around. She was getting around just fine. I guess she's renting a house down there for a week or two with her husband and her kid. So, her son and their kids, I guess. But it's like she said to me, she's like, we just don't even know if we're supposed to leave or where to even go. And I'm like, well, that's kind of the problem that everybody's saying. A lot of these guys don't know if they're supposed to leave or not. Like I was talking to the cop, both of them, and they were saying that they will have some sort of like mass evacuation if it looks like Highway 12 is going to close, because they don't want, people like that to get stuck down here and not be able to get out, because some of these people might not realize that if that highway is not passable for 2 or 3 days, they're stuck here for 2 or 3 days. And that would probably really suck. It's a nice place to be, but maybe, being stuck is not exactly fun. I don't know what this mass evacuation would entail. Or how you even reach this amount of people. But my advice to her, and somebody's probably going to say this was dumb advice, but I actually don't think it was. I told her, I said, just don't take a nap and don't go to bed too long. And I said, especially tonight. I was like, especially tonight, with this possibly peaking after dark. I said, if you go to bed, you better make sure you, maybe wake up a couple hours after and make sure you don't have a river in the front yard. I'm not really terribly concerned with like hurricane type surge or impacts or anything, but these blocks of houses that are right on the water, I mean, guys, even if the houses are fine, I mean, you think about it from a property standpoint, people got their cars. Like, they don't want their cars floating away. And that's why I told her, I'm like, I would be more worried about your car than anything. And there's really nowhere for these guys to go. You have to go all the way up to like Kitty Hawk or whatever, basically, to get like full services and like a Walmart and hotels and stuff. I will tell you that the hotels up there are empty. They're empty for the most part. So I don't think that there's that like mass exodus happening like voluntarily. Sometimes before these storms, you get a lot of people that are just like, screw this, I'm done, I'm out of here, don't want anything to do with it. And that's not really happening. But this thing's not named. It's not a tropical anything. It doesn't have tropical characteristics. It doesn't have a warm core, whatever. Some of that's above my pay grade, but it doesn't have that. So it's not going to get a name. I really do think that if this was a named storm, we would probably have something happening. I don't know what, but people would be getting out, I think. I actually, and I might even feel obligated to put this in the suggestion box. I think, because the National Hurricane Center is never going to do it. It's one of those, it's not really their job. It's not really in their realm of doing. But I think the WPC, which is the Weather Prediction Center, they do like the flood outlooks and all that stuff, whatever. It's all this stuff, it's all under the NOAA branch. It's the Weather Service, but it's not the Weather Service, whatever. I think we need to start getting forecast cones for things like this, because this storm is basically no different other than technicalities from a tropical storm or a hurricane, again, other than technicalities. Somebody's going to be like, well, it doesn't have a warm core. Yeah, I get it. But impact-wise, to me, this is a moderate tropical storm. Not right now. This is crap. This is pathetic. But I mean, like, what it's going to be. And what we're seeing at the beach. So I think the psychology really reacts when there's a forecast cone. Plus, when there's a forecast cone, people know where the hell the damn thing's going. Or have an idea and a timeline. Because like the local news stations down here, from what I'm seeing on Facebook, some of them are saying A, some of them are saying B, and some of them are out in left field saying a random number. You got two people talking letters, one at the other end of the alphabet, and the other guy's talking in freaking colors and numbers. It's not. It's just different people's opinions, and I don't think people know where to look for their answers. And a lot of people get scared about this stuff. Like, even if you just regularly watch storm chasing, or even if you just watch the Weather Channel regularly, stuff like this probably doesn't bother you. You probably don't care. You're like, oh wow, it's going to get rainy and windy, and then we'll just deal with it. And that's the majority of how us and the people watching are. But the people that don't care about the weather, which is the majority of people, and I don't blame them, that don't really have an interest in it, to them, this might be a huge deal because they have no answers. And when you don't have answers, that's kind of scary, because it's like I've had a lot of people like, well, what do we do if the water comes up? I'm like, well, drive into, like, if the highway's closed, you're still here, and the water comes up, you're going to have to drive into town. Well, where? And I'm like, by the gas stations, it's higher. I don't think the water's going to get there. Because some of these guys are under the impression that the whole island is just going to turn into a lake. I'm going north here because we got this little like squall coming in. And that's not the case. I mean, this whole island's not going to flood away. But these areas in and around the beaches and the low spots absolutely could. And you're also going to have the freshwater flooding. So we've got, oh, look at birds. So we've got the freshwater flooding because we're just going to be freaking dumped on with rain. So I get it, I get it, and I saw the comment in there a bit ago. I'm not watching them all, but I catch one here and there where someone was like, well, part of the problem is the weatherman's always wrong. I get it, and I hear that every day, and I completely agree with you. And I think any good weatherman, woman, or whatever is going to agree that we are wrong a lot. I think the problem is I think we're always going to be wrong a lot, but I think we need to be more straightforward about it. Like, when we know there's uncertainty, I think it's important to say, hey, this might not even happen. Because if you tell people that, hey, we don't even really know, but this is our best guess, I think they're more understanding when there is a failure in the forecast. And I think that's the improvement that needs to happen. Forecast accuracy is only going to get so good. You're trying to model the entire atmosphere of the entire globe, basically, and at a high resolution. And even your highest resolution models, like if you think about it, it's basically interpolating data, which means that it's basically just guessing and filling in the blanks. So like the North America, the NAM model, love it or hate it, this is an easy one to pick on because it's right in the name, the NAM 3K KM, so it's the 3 kilometers. So each grid square on that map in the weather data is 3 kilometers. So you're basically just taking a 3 kilometer interpolation of weather information for an area, and that's being treated as one unit. Well, in that 3 kilometers, we all know this, you can have vast temperature changes, you can have dew point changes, you can have all sorts of changes. There's a lot of air molecules in that 3 kilometer piece. So there's no way that we could have 1 inch resolution models, and so we're kind of screwed to a certain point here. Like, we can only get it so good. And I think maybe the more that we explain that to the public, the less the public is going to hate weather people. Because I get it. Even I get that way, because the SPC's had some big flops this year. I've had some big flops this year. Media's had big flops this year. And it's annoying. It's like, oh my God, like you said this and then this happened. Now we look stupid. But I think that's always going to be there. I think more so it's how we communicate it to other people that don't really care about the weather. Because when you don't really care about something or understand it, you're more critical of it, I think. All right, well, that was our little squall. Woohoo. It looks like we might start getting some squalls coming in, so we might actually want to pick a beach access. Yeah, because what's nice about having the cone from the Hurricane Center is there's like a centralized point. Even if it's wrong, people are still getting a centralized idea of what's going on. I can go to a website that I know is a standard, where the cone is almost always going to be the best possible, and it's going to be a standardized thing. It's drawn on standards. It's not just going to vary between meteorologist and meteorologist. It does a little bit, but there's policies, procedures, protocols, whatever, so you know that it's going to be relatively consistent. Let's put it that way. It's basically going to be relatively consistent between forecaster to forecaster within a given tolerance or whatever. It gives people somewhere to go to and say, okay, this is what we're expecting. And then if they want to branch off and go out on their own, fine. Like, I think the WPC really should put cones and then track the low-level center and give people a timeline. I personally, I don't know if that's ever been thought of or done, but maybe it needs to go in the official suggestion box. I'm not saying it's bad that they don't do it. I'm just saying that an impactful storm like this would absolutely benefit from that. There's private companies that do it. AccuWeather does it. Actually, they've definitely missed on the last one or two, but usually they do a pretty decent job. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, as private companies and stuff, we can do that. But the problem is you don't have like a standard. You don't have the consistency necessarily, because company A might do this, company B might do that. So I don't know. There's a lot that needs to get fixed in the weather world, and the answer is not artificial intelligence. The answer is not firing everybody. The answer is like probably putting more money in the budget to deal with the human psychology side of things, because I think we're pretty good at the weather. I really do. I think we're bad at communicating it. I shouldn't say bad. I think there's a lot of room for improvement to make it better. Especially this day and age with social media, when you've got so many, you can make a weather page. Anybody can make a weather page and then just start spewing out garbage. You know, it needs to be a little bit better for folks to be given the tools to recognize what's garbage, you know? Like, I could put out a map and say there's a tornado warning here, and I could cause mass panic. You know, that should be a crime, honestly, and it probably is, but I'm not saying we should only restrict weather alerts and stuff like that to the government, because that would be honestly anti-American. That's against everything that we stand for. But I think that, I don't know, maybe it all goes on education and outreach and all that stuff. And I appreciate the compliment. No, I don't have a degree in communication or anything, but like I just, this is something that I've felt really strongly about for a long time, because I used to get irritated with this all the damn time too. Like, I get sick of the weather being wrong, I get sick of being told this and it's that. And when I started getting into what I do, you know, I've been chasing for 11, well, it'll be 11 years in December. I've really done this as like quote unquote work since 2019, late 2019. And ever since like 2019, I've really started to notice where it's like there's a lot of legitimacy and there's a lot of like, yeah, you're right. You know, when the public complains about something, says something sucks, like, yeah, you know what, you're right, this does suck. Somebody should probably fix that. We're going to turn around and go check out the beach over there. Because you can't fault people for not knowing something that they don't know. Like, I see this all the time on the internet, and like there's a lot of like the storm chasing community, like there's a lot of, and I'm really good friends with a lot of like what I call like the hobbyist storm chasers. The people that have a regular job, they come out here, they do their thing because they love doing it. They're friendly. They're not out here trying to compete with people. They're just genuinely enjoying what they do. And if they run into another person, they're pleasant kind of thing. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about like the group of people that's just constantly hype, and let's monetize the hell out of this. And I know I'm a hypocrite because I'm monetizing it right now, but we're trying to give back a little bit. But there's a difference. Some of you guys get it, some of you don't. It's not a big deal. But I don't get along with a lot of that crowd, because I see so often where, oh, those people should have known that there was a tornado warning. It has happened. I think it was the Norman. There was a QLCS kind of a BS tornado in Norman or something, and the people in Norman, it was at like 2 a.m, a couple months, well, it was probably a year ago now, I don't know, maybe a year ago in May or June or whatever. A lot of the folks in Norman were like, oh my God, we had no idea this was coming. You know, there was no tornado watch, no nothing. Well, the tornado warning went out. It was like a severe thunderstorm watch or something, but it was a tornado warning, and it went off at like 2 a.m. And a lot of these folks on social media were like, oh, it's their own fault. They should have known better. They should have had their weather radio on. Yes, but how do we know that these people that were caught off guard, how do we know that they knew that they should have a weather radio? How do we know that they knew what the hell a tornado warning even is? Because you don't know what you don't know. I'm not a rocket scientist. I don't know what goes into getting the Elon rocket to freaking Mars or whatever the hell he does. I don't know how that works. There's a lot that goes into it that I don't even know exists. Same thing with this. You know, the average person might not know the difference between a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning. The average person might not care, and I get that. But, and I'm not saying we have to go shove the information in front of people's face, because, you know, you can lead a horse to water, but it's not necessarily going to drink. But I think the first step, we will never get better at this until we stop blaming the public. It happens all the time. I see it all the time. Well, they should have known. It's their own fault. It's like, sometimes it is. Some of these people might get a tornado warning and then decide, you know what? I'm not even going to care. I'm going to go to bed. That's probably their own fault. But if they get the tornado warning and they're just sick and tired of false tornado warnings, or they didn't know that severe weather was in play for the day, that's not really their fault. You know, that would be considered ignorance, and that's not anybody's fault. No parking. All right. Twitter will love this one. Give me 1 second. Let me look at data. So yeah, there's just a lot that needs to get improved on, and I've got really strong opinions about it, but I'm also open to hearing other people's opinions. You know, my opinions on this necessarily aren't necessarily fact, but I think there's a lot to be looked at here from both points of views. Storm chasing is expensive. I agree. But I think that there's a line that where we have to draw it between capitalizing off of misery and being insensitive and trying to run your business and operation. And I think sometimes it gets crossed into seeing dollar signs and, oh, if I post about this and that and, you know, exploit people's misery, we can get paid because it goes viral. I think it's like an ethics problem more than anything, I guess. Yeah, I love my weather radio too. I can't get a weather radio signal in my house, so it don't really work. So, and some people can't. Weather radios don't work everywhere. They work most places, but not everywhere. I live in kind of a basin, so it doesn't. It just doesn't work. But the thing is I am always monitoring the weather and stuff. And if a tornado is about to hit the house, I can pretty much handle it. So for me, it's not a huge deal. But for average people, yes, and you can put up an external antenna on the roof for it, but I don't do that. So let's see here. Yeah, you're right. I could put the park anywhere the F I want lights on. All right, so that little squall is trash. Our beach camera is not showing anything too good. Let's go back down to that beach. And you know, I was talking to you guys about how, oh, there's no traffic coming in, everybody's leaving. Well, now look, here comes everybody and their brother. So, but I don't know. Anyway, so if you want to watch these live cameras, we work really hard to put them out. They're in the Radar Omega app. You can also use the Cycrat app. If you don't know where to get them, you can download them. I've got, obviously download them, but I've got a link pinned in the top of the chat description. And if you go to it and like look through the link section or whatever, like once you click on that link, you'll be able to find the links to download the apps, or just type them into the App Store. But normally this is not a full deployment. I want to make that known. We have, well, by the time you factor in all of the cameras, because we have several different types. We've got the long duration ones, we've got the short duration ones, we've got the data packs. We've probably got almost 100 devices on hand or about to be on hand, because a lot of the data packs are being assembled right now. So I don't know if I should count them or not, but we have an absolute crap ton of devices. And I absolutely could have put one on every single tree, light pole, or beach down here. But this is a very microscopic event, kind of in the grand scheme of things. It's really kind of just really hammering this one location. There's other places too, but like this is kind of like a very small focal point. And this is also one of the worst places to try to document something like this because of the amount of private property on the beach. If this were a hurricane or something that had more wind, we would be putting stuff inland too to capture that. But it's more going to be coastal only. Like where we're at here is so shielded. We might not get more than 20-mile-an-hour wind here. But on the other side of the trees, you might get 60. That kind of thing. So I was going to go put more of them out. I brought 12. We've got 3. There was a 4th, and then somebody committed a theft that is being investigated. But anyway, I probably will put some more out. But right now, I just feel like because there's not a lot happening, we kind of have this covered. If we had thrown everything at this and paid our people to come out, then we would be doing absolutely everything. So I just want to remind everybody that this whole thing that we've been waiting for is not three cameras, one of them which is on my hotel. I literally sat on the balcony. I was like, you know what, that's a good spot. We'll just set it on the balcony. So I hope it doesn't tip over. Or I'll have to go back up there and tip it back over, but... We'll make our way back down to this beach access. I'm just aimlessly driving around right now, guys. I have no plan. It's not going to start getting crazy until later on. We've got some hours yet. Surf and sound. All right, cool. But thanks for watching, folks. It's been fun so far. I like events like this. I like the beach. I really do like the ocean. I think it's cool. So being able to come out here and do cool stuff, I guess that's great. It's probably that same FedEx driver. He's probably yep, it sure is. He's probably trying to get the hell out of here. All right. What do we got here? We got a toilet and a dumpster. And does that go to the beach, or is it just a toilet? Nope, that is absolutely a beach access. Absolutely is a beach access. Yeah, hello people, hi. Oh, I'm gonna get freaking wet. This is the world's worst park job. Somebody's absolutely going to put this on Facebook. Yeah, well, you're welcome for the streaming. It's probably... going to be something where we want to add in another scheduled stream for later. Let me look at our updates here. Hang on. Let's see. So ferry route suspended operations. Yep. Okay. Blah blah blah. The latest update is from 6 o'clock this morning. You gotta be kidding me. So we're getting 35-mile-an-hour sustained winds and 45-mile-per-hour gusts on a buoy out there somewhere. We've got a wind warning and a wind advisory. I don't know what the difference is. I'll be honest, I can't even make sense of the weather right now. I don't even know what the hell's going on. Why don't you just rent hotel rooms with balconies and make that a thing? Yeah. So that was 100% part of the reason why I stayed at that hotel last night. and tonight absolutely was the biggest contributing factor versus going somewhere else, because it's like, well, hell, we can just double up here. Hold on, I gotta go through and check Twitter and everything. Sometimes I get messages and stuff from locals that actually have interesting or like useful information, and then I miss it until later, and then it's like, well, so kind of gotta pay a little bit of attention to the social media. It can be very useful here. All right, we'll retweet that. Blah blah blah. Okay, business manager. Yeah, like I just got a message from somebody a little bit ago that they frequently rent one of the houses that are on camera, and they think it's awesome, and they appreciate it, so they can watch it and everything. That's pretty cool. I mean, social media, you've got the power to reach a lot of people. So we're going to unbox my rain pants. So I've got raincoat number 1, raincoat number 2, and then raincoat number 3, but I couldn't just buy rain pants. I don't know where my rain pants went. Last time I used them, was a hurricane last year. Whatever. And I don't know where they went. So I had to buy the whole set. And they were a good pair of rain pants. So I bought these. Anybody with these feel like a diaper. Like, listen to this. Like, look at this. It's like paper. What is this? This is like literally a garbage bag. Look at that. This is basically a garbage bag. Alright, but hey, it keeps me dry, and I don't want the raincoat part. I want my actual raincoat. I've got a long raincoat that goes all the way down to my ankles, but the problem is the water still comes up. So I just need something to keep my feet dry, because I cannot stand when my feet get wet. I absolutely hate it. Absolutely hate it. Because I have to sit in these clothes for the rest of the day. So you got to remember that it's not just a 1 second discomfort. How do you even put these things on? These aren't like waders. I don't know. Is that even long enough for my leg? Smells like a tent. Alright, well, I will put these on. You think I can put them on in the car? Read the tag. It will oh, hey, yeah. Tag says, do not bleach. Do not iron. 100% polypropylene. Size, large. Tomato. I don't know. Large. That must mean like size in Spanish or something. I don't know. Made in Vietnam. Alright, well, we're going to see if the Vietnamese have any competency here in manufacturing rain pants. I will be the judge of that. So So I don't know if we have any folks watching from Vietnam, but I'm about to judge your skills on rain pants making. Never been there, so I don't know if you're any good at it or not, but we're about to find out. Probably get canceled for that too. Oh well. I'm going to try to put these on so I don't have to take my boots off. Do they go over or under? Please tell me that's not a real question. Yeah, I try to not be a jerk because they say, oh, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Well, that almost had to be a troll comment. To ask me if you have to take your pants off to put the rain pants on. No, they go over your pants. Like, why would you put them under your pants? Because then your pants would get wet. It defeats the purpose of the rain pants. Please, for the love of God, tell me that you were joking. Because if you weren't joking, man, I'm a little worried that we might need to help you out a little bit here. Because that would be concerning. I'm going to take my boots off. And we're going to go check out the beach. Oh my God. I don't want to go outside of the car and put them on because I don't want to get soaked. Because like I said, I have to sit in these pants and these clothes for the next 8 to 10 hours. And that's not going to be a very fun time if it's dripping wet. I mean, I already stole one towel from the Hampton Inn, or the Garden Inn, or whatever the hell it is, that we determined was only borrowing, because I haven't checked out yet. Yeah, this thing feels like a feed bag. Exactly, that's exactly what I was thinking it felt like. This thing feels just like a feed bag. Hold on, I just shoved my both legs into one hole. Jesus Christ, what size person is this thing made for? Not made for average size person here. I thought large, I wear an extra large shirt and 34-inch pants. So I'm like, oh, sure, large. Apparently, large means your legs are the size of a trash can or something here. Holy smokes. I mean, no offense if that's you, but it's just not what I thought that I was getting here. I should have went with frickin' hell. Oh, I closed my coat in the door. That's just frickin' great. Oh, it's cold out. So I do not have a baggie for the phone, so we're just gonna have to go with a unmodified mic. So let me switch you over. Okay, so and again, guys, I have no way to don't need the truck gun, we just need the person gun. Okay. Grab radio. Just try to not lose my keys. So again, the mic's gonna get clogged up. There's not much I can do about that. kind of wish I had some sandals with me. Just wear the damn sandals. Or swimming trunks. Like, I feel like wearing swimming stuff would actually work really well for this. Go up here. Sweet. I'm still connected to the Wi-Fi. Hang on. Some surfer dude, we can watch him. Which ocean is this? Dude, you gotta be kidding me, right? The wet one. It's the wet ocean. I feel bad videotaping this guy because he probably can feel us watching him. And he's probably like, God, I wish those people would leave. Because that would totally be me. Oh, there's some surfer dude out there. Oh, there he is. Way out there, holy crap. I was trying to record with my other phone. It might make a good YouTube short, so sorry. Terrible camera work, my bad. All right, there we go. Sorry, that was terrible. I apologize. That was awful. All right, moving on. Let's go down to the beach. Could I just jump off of this thing? I don't want to walk. Nope, I'll get hurt. I'll fall. That's not good. Bird. I don't see that surfer dude out there anymore. That's concerning. There's one of them. Yeah, we'll have to go out tonight and find more crabs. That was pretty cool. I got pictures and videos. Well, I got a picture of the crabs on my Facebook page. That was totally the highlight of my day. I get a kick out of these birds. Look at them run. Look at them go. Uh-oh. There you go. Go. If only you had wings to fly away from it. Cripes. I don't know what those things are, but I think they're cool. You see them all over. You got them on the Gulf Coast and everything too. I don't know what those things are. You see them all over. You got them on the Gulf Coast and everything too. You can see a lot of coastal erosion here. I mean, look at this. I'm probably about to get soaked because what's going to happen is we're going to get a hell of a wave and it's going to end up coming up here and I'm going to get knocked over again like last night. So. But look at all of them. Wonder if I can pet it. Come here, bird. Water path or something there. Little channel. Surfer people out there. Look at it, guys. It's getting all the way up to where we were walking already. It's all the wind pushing it. Sit you guys down for a second. I'm gonna try to get a picture. So I'm just gonna sit you somewhere. That's probably a little crap hole. need the tripod for a minute. I have a cool idea. So hold tight. Frickin'. I don't want to get soaked. I just got to be ready to grab that so it don't go in. Come on, wave. Let's go. Not all day. Got it. That's all I needed. Get the salt water out of it. We got it. Oh, it was out of focus. We got to do it again. Ah. Struggling out here, guys. Hold on, I gotta just set you down. go get my phone to somewhere I can wash it off so the salt water doesn't wreck it. That was worth it, I think. I have an idea for it. fall coming in out there. Maybe. Water spout would be great. Probably not happening though. I don't think our conditions are right for water spouts today, unfortunately. We're going to use the freshwater shower up here to wash off this phone and get the salt water and sand out of it. Or just use the water bubbler. Hold on. So I'm probably going to have to set you guys down. Literally just going to hose it off. Take it out of the case. Waterproof, so rinsing it off does not hurt it. Just gotta get the water out of it one way or another. I don't think I did. Or those.
I know. I was wondering why. I thought that's why he paid for it.
Hopefully you guys still have my audio. So this phone will dry off shortly. Alright, sorry about all the terrible camera work. I was just trying to do something for a little project I'm doing. It's hard to do 2 phones and 2 videos at once. Sound isn't gone, guys. There's water. I can't do anything about it right now. Sorry. We're outside in the rain.
Sound isn't gone, guys.
You know, I'm sorry. I nothing I can do. Nothing I can do other than yell at it. There's just no good way to do this in the rain. That might be better now. Not much, but it might be a little better. Let me try switching the mic to a different one. Like the... That might be a little better.
But the phone's wet, so nothing I can do about it. Sorry. We're just gonna sit and watch for a minute anyway. Back to the truck. Let's get this audio flipped back over. raining pretty good out here now. Awesome, parked right in a puddle. Great. I'm so happy that I'm in a puddle. Fantastic. Okay.
Okay. We back now. Okay. Let's go back up toward town. Are we focused? We are. You guys got my sound now, right? We should be good, right?
Let's go back up toward town.
All right, and I am not wet. So I am happy. If I wouldn't have put those rain pants on, like, trust me, I know this sounds petty, but sitting in wet clothes all day is, like, awful. Like, my arms are wet, and that's bad enough. I really wish I had another towel. Where the hell is Towelly? Anybody? I got any locals? Where can I buy a towel? Freaking Dollar General, maybe? I need an extra towel. Let me go back up toward Buxton for a little bit, change of scenery. Yeah, we'll be going to many beaches today. Alright, I don't know why that got caught in the spam filter in the Botrix thing. But somebody said, thanks for actually getting out of the car, nobody else does. Yeah, so like, that's a big thing with me. Like, I don't want to just sit in the car all day. That's what I don't like about chasing the, in the winter, like the snowstorms, because I don't want to be out of the car. Like, I want to be out of the car. I get so sick and tired of sitting in the seat. But I love the beach. Like, I think oceans, even if it's like just water, but I'm not like lakes, I don't really whoop-de-doo, but like the ocean is really cool. Even the Gulf is really cool. I just like being able to go to the water and see it. Dollar General has towels. All right, well, we're going to Dollar General then. Directly there. Yep, 12 might close tonight. We'll see. Yeah, and the worst thing ever is getting the car seat wet too. Like, then it takes forever to dry out. That's why you gotta have the raincoat. Even if you don't mind getting wet, you still need to stay dry, otherwise your car gets soaking wet and then you don't want to be in it. At least for me anyway. I would settle for a dish towel. There is a chance maybe at some water spouts today. I think it's very low. I am not even really like anticipating making an effort for water spouts. But I am watching radar, and if something appears to be water spout criteria or something, I absolutely 100% will go back to the beach immediately. No questions asked. Oh yeah, I watch this thing like every other day, it seems like, so. Hopefully, on the way home, I'll just get in some rain and that'll kind of start the process for me. But yeah, you want to flush everything off of here, or it'll rust all to hell. I mean, the body's aluminum, which helps, but like still, you don't want the frame and all that crap getting all full of rot. Because it will. A lot of salt water out here. That's why I washed my phone off right away. I didn't want that in the USB port and stuff. Hold on a second. I'm gonna stop up here. I've got a little magnetic camera mount thing for like a GoPro on my front bumper. And give me 1 second. I want to get out and I need to eyeball that because I have an idea here. But I don't remember what I have for an adapter on there. Give me like 1 second. I just need to look at that quick. I don't remember what I got up there. was gonna put a wireless camera. One of my wireless cameras on the. I just had an idea. It came into my mind. If I didn't look right now, I would have forgot to look. So. But now I can think about it for the next 15 minutes, and then forget about it again. It's one of those things that came into my mind. I kind of want to get lunch, and I'm half tempted to go to one of these little like restaurants down here, but they're all really busy. They look busy anyway, which is fine. I just don't feel like waiting. I also don't want to take a half an hour to eat either. All right, north we go. Yeah, hearing reports that there's some pretty significant wind gusts offshore with the buoys. And Aiden made a comment too that we're about an hour away from low tide, so after low tide, the tide will start coming back up again, so. I don't know, this is a nice change of pace though. We haven't had a kind of a tropical weather event for a long time. I mean, this isn't tropical. It's freaking cold out, but it's still just nice to do something somewhere different for a change. It is cold. It is 70 degrees and it feels very cold with the rain. It kind of sucks. But I've dealt with worse. It could be like 10 degrees below zero and snowing, so it would really suck. The bicyclist over. Everybody's still going fishing. Everybody's still going out fishing, so. The locals can't think it's too bad. Fries and sauce. What is fries and sauce? Is that like fries and ketchup? I feel like that's just ketchup with extra steps. But yeah, this is kind of a cool little place. These little beach communities are always nice. This kind of reminds me of, this honestly kind of reminds me of Biloxi, like down by the beach. I don't know, it's just like those, I'm not saying that, I mean, Biloxi's obviously not on a freaking island, but just the, kind of the way the buildings are and everything, it's kind of neat. Oh, Waves is a town on the way to Buxton. Are you talking about, oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Special sauce, all right. Special sauce. All right, we're approaching Dollar General. You guys got to give me just a second to go in here and get something here. Let's park next to this creepy white van. That's a great idea. Let's do that. If I get shot, please call for help. Specifically tell them you want Spencer. I trust that guy. Local cop that I met earlier, and I told him, I said, if I get shot putting these up or something, I'll call you. And I trust him, so specifically call him, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna run in real quick. Give me just a minute. Ah. Oh, come on. There we go. Are you seriously taking? Really? They're out of towels. They're out of freaking towels. Like, I asked her, I'm like, you got towels? She goes, normally. And I'm like, You're kidding me. And she goes, no, it's raining, so we sold out. And I thought she was joking, and I was just kind of standing there, and she's like, no, we don't have any towels. And I'm like, not even dish rags, and she's like, no. It's like, God damn it. Oh. She's just like, no. Alright. If I have to go back to the hotel to borrow another towel, I will. Like, this is not like a dire emergency here. But I am really disappointed in the lack of the towel. I feel like that was poor planning. But that's alright. Somebody needs to get a hold of Dollar General Corporate and get some towels brought out here, please. I bet Waffle House has a towel. Alright. Onward. I got a bag of chips, though. Get hand towels at O'Reilly. Yes, I don't think there's an O'Reilly's down here, though. You're not wrong. They're probably out, too. It's probably this whole damn town. Probably got a towel shortage. It's like the toilet paper shortage of COVID. The comment about going to a souvenir shop is actually a really good idea for the towel. That is a legitimately very good idea. I will give you credit for that one. Might be what I end up doing. Let's take another pass down here. Kind of been our route. This is about as close to the water as we can get. without, going in the water. We'll make our loops. I guess the lighthouse used to be back here. I don't know. That's just what people keep saying, and I don't know what they're talking about. But I'm not from here. Alright, our friends are back home. That's good. They didn't leave. Good. In a way, it's kind of sad that so many of these are rentals. But at the same time, I don't know if I would want to live here full time myself, either right on the beach like this, because it can be kind of harsh. Every time you get stormy conditions like this, you've got salt spray, and I understand why it's can be more of a vacation thing than a life thing, Yeah, we'll go back down to the beach here shortly. I need a break from being wet. I'll go tool around a little bit. It's about all we can do. Fudge. Oh, there it is. Hey, that traffic camera, which one was that you sent?
That one was... It's one of them that's north of you. Probably... let's see... Probably about 25, 30 miles north of you.
Okay. Let's see. I gotta start figuring out when we're expecting the heaviest winds here soon, because it's after 4 o'clock already, which is impressive. Yeah, 12 is probably going to start getting in rough shape, but we got quite a bit of time yet. Oh wow, the wind is really picking up here. Getting north of town now. Does anybody know why they're tarping the tracks on the excavators? I don't get it. Like 3 or 4 of these excavators that are parked, they've got tarps bungee corded around the tracks. And I don't get it. Like what's the reason behind that? I've never seen that done before in my life. And I've worked around heavy equipment a lot. I've never seen anybody tarp the tracks on an excavator. And if I have, or if that's a normal thing, I sure as hell don't know about it. Like, is there anybody here that's from here that knows what the point of that is? Because I really don't get it. Well, yeah, salt water, but the thing is, like, they're running them around in the sand and stuff. And that's why I'm kind of confused, because they're driving them in salt water. Like, they're operating them in the salt water and the salt sand. Like, what's the difference? I mean, if it works, it works. I don't know. I don't remember if we were at this beach access or not. I know I was. I just don't remember if I streamed that one. Yeah, we're in low tide right now. Dirty Dick's Crab House again. Alright, so those of you that don't know, when the traffic light's out, it's technically supposed to be a four-way stop. I think a lot of people don't honestly know that, though. I mean, I blow through it, too, if there's nobody there, but, you know, still. Well, might flip around and make another pass south again. I don't know. I'm just kind of out here driving around a little bit until it gets, you know, windy. Or go to the Extreme Arcade. Wings. We might be time to flip around here. Just needed some different scenery for 5 minutes there. I don't mind. I don't mind driving around aimlessly. Like when it's a place like this that you're not used to. It's kind of cool. Get to see new stuff, I guess. So what do you guys think? Flip around here? At some point, we'll probably make a run back up to town, which is like Kitty Hawk, and then I'll probably get a towel. And then make another entry here. It's about 45 minutes up there, so it's not too bad. I'll just turn around here. Is this like a naughty place or something? I don't know. I don't know what that is. So, let's see. Hopefully we're all enjoying our first time ever streaming the Outer Banks. I imagine a hurricane would be pretty nuts out here. They got an ice cream place. I'm actually surprised they don't have like a McDonald's down here or something. Or like a Sonic. I mean, they do up the road, but it's 40 minutes up the road. Because I do want something to actually eat. But I really don't want to have to go all the way back to town to do it. Like up to Kitty Hawk, because 40 minutes up, 40 minutes down, you're talking shit. You know, easily an hour and a half, which is fine. I'd probably make that run up there at 6. I'd be back down here by 7:30, but it's kind of a lot of running. But if I stop somewhere down here, it's got to be somewhere maybe I can order it ahead, because I really don't have the time to sit. I'll see what we can do. Yeah, hopefully none of you guys on here picked now to have your vacation out here. It's a terrible time to have a vacation out here. I'm going to blow through this light because this guy behind me is so far up my ass, he is not going to stop if I stop. So we're just going to blow through that. I mean, the light was not on, but it's supposed to be a four-way stop. But if I would have four-way stopped, I think that guy would have four-way hit me. So, and that Suburban was definitely stopping. So we'll just do that. I don't know why that street light's not working. You'd think they'd put it in flash mode or something. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, I think I just passed that Froggy something, whatever, yeah. I think. We could go down into that, like, campground thing. Earlier I found this, like, campground, but there's also a beach access down there. It's like south of Buxton. We could maybe go down there. It's like the only place I haven't taken anybody yet. Pretty tame out here right now. Honestly. Yeah, I'm probably leaning toward not seeing water spouts today because I'm just not seeing. This is kind of just a giant blob. Like, we don't have that like embedded supercell structure anywhere. I was told by some people that this area right here can get kind of bad too, with flooding. Oh, this isn't the road I thought it was. Son of a gun. We'll flip around again. God dang it. Yeah, there's a giant sand pile down here. So I can't see anything. Oh, this is not the road I thought it was. Wanted the next road. This road's seen its better day. Alright, we'll wait for some cars here. Okay, next street. That was like a 5-minute ordeal, but okay. I don't think I had the right of way or anything. Whatever. Some of these roads you just can't get down. They're just full of sand. I think I can get... Yeah. I can get back that way. Might as well sample every single street here. Oh, it's a freaking cul-de-sac. God dang it. I thought it went around. Ah, shoot. Whoops. Kind of like a camera back there. That excavator is a little bit beat up. Probably swung into something. Trying to be careful too. I don't want to get a nail in the tire. I can't really drive very far down here, but this goes just kind of give you a lay of the land, I guess. I thought that I could get around or go around. I thought this one or the next, maybe it's the next one. I thought it looped around, but apparently not this one. That's all right. A lot of narrow in and out streets around here. Probably should go down that one. Surfer people down here. Freaking holes in the road. God bless America. A lot of driving up on that sand. Alright, we're gonna turn around here because these guys are just gonna walk right up the road. We could go out to the beach there. I just need to find a place to park. But I'm gonna back out of here though because they're walking right down the middle of the road. So I'm gonna get out of their way. We're gonna circle back and probably come just down here and park. I mean, it's supposed to be no parking, but I really don't think anybody cares right now. But I want to give these guys a minute to clear out of here because their dog is like getting away from them right now, and I just don't want to get in the middle of it. They're on their way out. We'll just get out of their way. It seems that my truck is freaking their dog the hell out, so I'm kind of struggling back there to hold on to it, so just don't want to be in the middle of that. But we might want to check out that beach access because we have, I mean, I guess we could actually just walk it. I actually would consider just walking down the beach, but you can't just walk down the beach right now because there really isn't a beach. That back there was the road that goes down to that camping area. Back to our spot. That the road I wanted to go down? Ah, shit, which one was it? I passed it. It looks like an easy walk. That one, oh, that one right there. Pick an easy one without a giant sand dune, so maybe I can actually get in there without getting full of water. Now's the point in the day where I'm starting to think, all right, what can we do that's the least amount of work when it comes to this? Because I really don't want to have to go like wading through 18 feet of sand here. If I have to, I have to, but. This road? No, it's not that one. I'm trying to remember which one it was, because one of these I already went down to the beach, and I remember it was a real rough access. Not that one. It's either this one or the next one. These all look the same. That's Tower Circle. And there's a truck turning around in it, so we'll circle back. We'll circle back to that one. This one. Perhaps. Oh, this is the one that's got all this. Yeah, all right. So it is the other one. Yeah, these all look the same. I should have marked them, but the problem is like you can't 100% go off of the map because so much of this is inaccessible, and like the roads, like there's a road here, but clearly not because of the sand. Yeah, we want the next one over. Try to stay in range of the truck if possible, you know, just better connection and all that. So that's why I'm trying to, I mean, if we have to park up here on the road, I can go walk this, that's fine. But if I stay close to the truck, then we can use the connections on the truck as well and have a better signal. Don't want to hit a car. No, it wasn't this one, was it? Yeah, I think it was this one. Jesus Christ. God bless America. That's a hell of a hole. Jesus. Yeah, take a couple shovelfuls of sand from up here and go dump them back in there. I'm assuming they've probably just closed up a bunch of these rentals for right now. Like, I don't think there's anybody here. For rent. Sleeps 1 to 3. don't know if I'd want to rent right now. Oh, god dang, there's so much sand here, guys. I imagine that if there was anybody staying here, they probably just said the hell with this and got the hell out. But some of these ones that are damn close to where the chaos happened, they're still rented, so. Stupid thing. I think this is supposed to be a road. I was down here the other day before we were streaming. Go in. This is the house. These are the houses that went in. Is back here. That one's supposed to go in. Up to here, get a better connection. I'd love to put a unit on that pole, but I need to find a property owner. Great. If anybody knows, great. Even if you're just renting, all I need is somebody to give a blessing here, you know. So the other camera at the other beach where we've been showing so much is right down there. That last house, you can't really see it. That's where we were, just down the block earlier. Move the truck so I can go down the beach the other direction.
So I really need a property owner, guys. I'd love to put a unit down there, but I need a freaking property owner. If anybody has contact with any of these folks, you don't even have to be the owner, just somebody who's renting, who has some sort of rights to be on a structure, because there's just no public infrastructure down there. There's no like utility poles. There's a couple utility poles, but they're part of the like subdivision or whatever you call them. Normally this isn't even a thing because there's somewhere else, but this is such a tiny little area that it just so happens to be in this little area where everything's just owned by somebody. Really need a contact or something, because otherwise what's going to happen is somebody's going to end up taking it or shooting it or pitching a fit on the internet. I personally don't see a problem with it. It's a harmless weather instrument, and it's not filming people. It's being used for information and stuff, but I purposely don't think 99% of people would have an issue with it. But there's apparently some people out to get me here this time around, so we're trying to do this in a certain way, shape, and form here. So I talked to one of the property managers, like one of the maintenance guys, and he didn't even know what to tell me. He's just like, he basically told me to do it. So, I mean, I'm about ready to go do it and then just plead ignorance because he told me to. But the problem is if somebody comes along, like the owner, and they're like, oh, what the hell is this? I don't want this here. And then they take it. Now I'm out $300, you know? That's kind of what I don't want to happen. Because he told me, I was like, what? He's like, well, I don't even know who to call. I haven't switched you over because I'm gonna need this phone again. Just give me a second. Like, he's like, I don't even know who to call, because he's like, we don't really have, you know, like access to who owns what. He's like, we're just kind of, it's like, I just kind of manage the property. I'm like, right. So makes sense, I guess. But he was like, I don't have a problem with it. And I was like, okay, well, it's like, if one of these showed up on one of your poles or something, would you be pissed? He's like, it's not my problem. And I'm like, okay, well. So, I mean, I guess, I don't know if we're counting that as permission or not. I kind of am, but again, it's such a combobulated freaking mess here that, you know, I don't know. I don't know. You're right, I could just do it, but the problem is everybody's out to freaking get me on the goddamn internet because people can't be adults, so. Apparently there's people out here trying to get me too, so I'm trying to not give people ammunition, basically. Because you can only be as, yes, go covert. That is, you are correct, but the problem is, it's streaming live, so people are gonna figure it out. I don't know. I would love to know if, we'll see what happens. We're gonna put it in four-wheel and just park up on the sand for a minute. I don't think anybody's coming through here, so. Yeah, this little tripod thing, I bought it at Best Buy. It's $40, and if you push a button, you can, like, do this with it. It's super nice. Little ball head thing. Super nice. I love it. And for those of you telling me I can't park here, the park anywhere the hell I want lights say otherwise. Hell with them. Just kidding. I was afraid to come up here because of the, I don't want to get a nail in my tire. That's a good sand truck. It should be a good rig in the sand because it's got the wide tires on it. But I don't want to get a nail or a stick or something in my tire. There are people fishing from this thing when I was over here yesterday. But this has changed a lot since yesterday even. There was more sand up here yesterday. 'Cause I was out here pretty early yesterday. Hold on a second. Guys, I gotta mute and take a phone call. I've either got somebody about to cuss me out because I'm down here, or I might actually have gotten permission for something. Hang on a second. Hello. Hold on, I'm trying to mute my stream. Guys, I'm on the phone with somebody here. Hold on a second. You're gonna not have any audio for a minute. Just hold on. I've got a deployment location. It's gonna be a minute though. All right, we got a deployment location. Guys, I got a spot. We're good. I got a hold of somebody, a contact from earlier. We're good. Hold on. Okay, I have a spot. Social media paid off on that one. The only catch is I got to figure out how to get there because I don't want to walk. Not that far. Because the path to get over to the pole that I was told I can use, the goddamn pole has like, or the path to the pole, or the freaking path has like 4 goddamn feet of water on it. So that's not going to happen. I'm not wading through that. But if I go from the other side, we can get it. But I don't know if I can get over to the other side is the thing. I don't know what the easiest way to do this is. I gotta check. I was told to check this one and then all the way down Tower Circle and then the next one. I was told that those it should be accessible. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to walk all the way down from the other side. Okay, we'll go down and turn around. I have to activate another pack, so give me a second. We'll pull over down here, and I will get that done. Pull over here. This is our usual turnaround in the cul-de-sac that we've made about 5 times today. So I ran into somebody from, believe it or not, the newspaper earlier. And I gave the dude my phone number. And I was like, if you could find anything or whatever. So he calls me, and I'm not going to say which one just in case. I don't want to get him in trouble or anything, but just whatever. But he's like, hey, so I got a friend that works for XYZ property management company, basically. And he said that nobody's going to have a problem with it as long as it's on a pole and not a pylon, because he said, number one, all this stuff's destroyed anyway. But he said, number two, they pretty much consider that the property of the electrical company. And he's like, if it's on a pole, we don't care. And I'm like, okay. So, but I have to make sure it's on a pole that actually belongs to that company or property management company. So I only have a selection of 2 poles. One of those poles is covered with water. The other one has 4 feet of water around it on one side, but I can get to the other side of it. I just have to figure out a better way to go over to it. But let me activate a pack real quick. So this is good news. I am very happy. Number 12. Hold on here. I'll even spin you around. Just a second, I gotta do the computer thing again here. See, I want a Verizon pack. Verizon seems to be doing better than AT&T out here. We have some packs that work on Verizon, we have some that work on AT&T, and we have some that work on both. The ones that work on both are kind of expensive to run. A lot of sightseers out here today. You got room, dude. You're good. I don't blame them. It's definitely something to see. How is this? To me, when I see somebody I don't know. Okay. Add new number for physical SIM. Activate device. Device type other. Where's my mic? Oh, it's right there. SIM card number. Zip code. And activate. Wonder which one I just did. 12? It'll be pack 12. I'm going to try to prematurely place it.
Copy.
Processing order, of course. Stuff is working for once. A little bit of a holding pattern here temporarily. As soon as I'm on the site, I will get you coordinates for it. But I'm just going to place it in the general location. If you can just dump them in the spreadsheet whenever you get to it. There's no rush.
That sounds good.
I was trying to see what that guy's license plate was. I thought it said something funny on it, but I don't think it does. don't want to walk all the way down there. Yeah, because I can't walk around because of the stinking water. There's feet of water. So I'm trying to. I got the GPS pin of the pole, or well, the pole that we think, or that we would prefer. But oh shoot, I'm trying to make this because I have to lug equipment down there to do this, and I really don't want to. So I'm gonna see. There's a couple different ways. I'm just gonna do some scouting here. I'll probably just leave you guys in the truck.
Zach just looks like an impersonator. His car doesn't say supervisor on it.
Who is that gray pickup that went down there? Do you know?
That Dodge Ram? I don't know. I didn't see. They didn't come up to me or anything. I'm just sitting over here now. Corey left, but I've been watching these bases. Why? Do you have an interaction with them?
No, the only interaction I had down here was with a lunatic. Everybody else has been fine. I just didn't know who it was because they had a bunch of amber lights on the back, and I'd never seen it before and didn't think it was a chaser. It definitely wasn't a cop. I was just wondering what the hell it was.
No, I had no idea. I saw a Dodge pickup, but nobody else.
Alright, I'm gonna go take a walk on this beach. I gotta ditch the truck where there's not a crackhead though first.
Yeah, I'm just debating on what to do tonight. If I'm going to hang out here and just start heading north. That freaking house, I think it's your guys' cameras over there pointed at it. That thing, I'll be shocked if that thing makes it through the morning.
Have you seen the other ones down here where they went away? Like on Tower Circle? Because you can walk down there, it's pretty nasty.
I'll have to look and see if that's where I went.
Alright, I'll be out of the truck. It's Tower Circle. It's pretty nuts, man. I tell you what, that's Jesus, god dang pothole. Yeah, the roads are bad. FYI.
Oh yeah, I've been feeling that.
I don't even know where the hell he's at, but apparently he must see me somewhere. I was just wondering who the hell had that gray pickup truck. I'm super nosy. I saw that gray pickup truck. I'm like, I wonder who the hell that is. Oh, I'm on the wrong road. Oh, no. Well, no, wait a minute. No, I'm good. Guys, I'm going to leave you here for this one. Just, hold on a second. I'll have a radio, but it's going to be real hard to respond, but I'm going to go take a shot at this. I'm going to leave you here for this one. I'm going to put you on the break screen. Just letting everybody know I'll be right back. I just can't juggle all this at once. I just need to get this done real quick because I have to not wade, but I got to walk through like what looks like a mud pit.
Comes back reaching for this.
Okay, folks, I have to go back to the hotel to reset. I'm soaked. I've got to get out of these clothes. I have to. I have no choice. It's gonna be 8:30 now, apparently. Unless, actually, I'm not quite sure what's gonna happen.
I will take that into
So,
consideration.
I understand everybody's trying to get information. Just give me, please, like 20 minutes to figure it out, and then we're gonna go from there. All right. I gotta focus on what I'm doing. I'm the only one in the vehicle right now, so I gotta make sure I can get it all done here. Appreciate everybody watching, though. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and mute the mic for a little bit so I can take care of business and everything. Just understand that it takes a lot of energy to stream all day and be talking all day. I have a lot that I have to take care of and square away in a very little amount of time, so please be understanding that I have to take a little bit of time to get that done. So we're going to go to the break, and we will keep the camera up, but we are going to go to the break and take the audio out so I can get things taken care of. Thank you.
Stranger, oh, can't you see how it frustrates me? How it's messy, 'cause it fills my mind with you. You got my attention. Every time we build up that tension, oh, you got my attention. Got me dreaming all night long. It's like a melody. The way the thought of you gets stuck in my head. It goes round and round. It won't come down. It can't get out. Oh no, I'm losing it. What am I supposed to do? You got my attention. Every time we build up that tension, you got my attention. Got me dreaming all night long. You got my attention. Every time we build up that tension, you got my attention. Got me dreaming all night long.
Okay, folks. Oh, freaking ad. Okay, folks. Okay, current plan. I've had to stop and buy stuff to change into and everything. I wasn't gonna make it back to the hotel in time. We'll get going again here. Looks like strongest velocities down there by Okeechobee or whatever that is. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, down by Okeechobee. Yeah, all those strongest winds are to the south.
Okay. There's just a mass exodus of people coming north. I was just making sure I wasn't missing anything. So I'll probably make a pass to the south and probably start working our way north at some point here. I imagine we might end up with like maybe trees down in Kitty Hawk or something. I don't know, a little bit later on. But I'm kind of hoping, just from a chasing perspective, that this thing kind of speeds up here a little bit as it's coming in. So we're not sitting out here till 4 a.m.
Yeah, that would be nice. Conditions definitely seem like they're going to get the worst around like midnight, I think, so I don't know. Until then, it's just deteriorating.
Yeah, so I got ripped off. I had to buy Crocs. I mean, I've got my boots. Like, if I need to put my boots on, I'll put my boots on. You know, I'll like if we have to get out and do work, I'll put them on and have wet feet. It's fine. But I had to buy $14.99 Crocs, and I'm pissed off about my $14.99 Crocs because the sign on the building said everything $9.99. No gimmicks. Go ahead and rewind the live stream. You'll see it. It literally said everything $9.99, no gimmicks. And I walk in there, I'm like, hey, where's your sandals? And they're like, right there. And I brought them up to the counter, and I'm like, these are $14.99. And she goes, yeah, everything's $9.99 except the sandals. And I was just like, wow, of course, that's exactly how this works. It's always something. And then I had to go spend what, $14 for 2 freaking towels? Like, Jesus Christ! But like, I have no choice. We would not have made it back up to the hotel in time. So that really sucks, but whatever. So I got 2 extra towels now. But at least I can reuse, like the Crocs are useful because I just threw my boots in the truck bed. They're soaked. They'll dry out at the hotel. I mean, I can dry them out with a hairdryer in about a half an hour to 45 minutes, but I don't have a half hour, 45 minutes to dry them out. And it's really, really unhealthy to have your feet sitting in wet shoes. Ask me how I found this out. Hurricane Ian, my feet were in wet shoes for about 13 hours, and when they came out, I know this is probably too much information, but there was definitely something wrong. Apparently there's this thing called trench foot, and it's fuck you. Here's my high beams, son of a bitch. And so, two can play that game. God, I hate when people do that. The guy high beams me. These are my low beams. These are my high beams. These are my extra high beams. These are even more high beams. Which high beams do you want? But these are not my high beams. Like, Jesus Christ. Fucking asshole. So, I get high beamed a lot like that. And I have properly adjusted headlights. Like, they are not blinding. And I even drove my other car up to my truck in the driveway. They are not blinding. I just think it's always people in little cars like that. I think it's just because the truck sits so high that it's kind of right in their eyes. There's nothing I can do about that. But it's never another truck or another, it's always a little car doing it. And like, I can't, like, these are my high or my low beams. So when people do that high beam crap, I give them a flip, and then if they don't turn them off, I just roast them. It's like, fine, if you're gonna blind the hell out of me, two can play that game. Sorry. What you see is what you get here, people. Just, I'm over it. God dang. I don't even remember what the hell I was saying. I'm over it. I'm gonna have to clip that out of the stream because that was freaking funny. I'm sure somebody's offended, but that was actually pretty funny. Oh, Christ. Holy shit, I'm still dying over that. I'm going to turn night vision back on the units. Two of them have it turned off. I'm going to turn it back on. Is that unit 8? It's unit 8. Oh, here's the... Fuck you too. I'm sorry, I'm so sick and tired of that. I have properly adjusted headlights. I'm so sick and tired of people flipping their freaking high beams and stuff. I can't stand that. I hate when people do that. Like, I understand that headlights can be bright these days, but these are factory headlights, guys. They came from the factory this way. They are properly adjusted. In fact, they're actually adjusted a little on the low side just to get people to stop doing that. That was actually the first time a truck did it to me. But I just get so sick and tired of that. Like, oh, I think your lights are too bright, so I'm going to just blind you and cause you to have an accident. Like, that makes no sense. These are factory headlights. Like, if you want me to use the non-factory headlights, I would be happy to blind the living crap out of you, but I don't think you want me to do that. Like, just stop. I hate that. Like, there's no reason to blind other people. Like, if people actually have their high beams on, fine, you know, flip your high beams on and get them turned off. I get that, but just to say, hey, screw you, I don't like your lights, I can't stand that. Because you can tell when a car has their low beams on. And I call BS on people that say, oh, I can't tell. No, you can tell. Especially on a truck like this where you've got the two sets of bulbs over top. Like, you can definitely tell the difference. I think people that do that are just, there's no reason for it, because when you blind people like that, you're going to cause an accident. Like, there's no freaking reason for that. God dang, like, you have discovered two things tonight that just piss me off. And number one is being wet. And number two is people that do the whole high beam thing. I can't stand that. Like, I'll give it right back to you. So that's what I say about that. God dang it. The more you know, people. But yeah, I have double checked. Like I have approached this vehicle in another vehicle at night with the headlights on to double check because I'm like, God, are the headlights misaligned? And no, it is definitely not blinding. It really isn't. I think some people are just a little oversensitive. Like, I was able to see just fine. And they are not pointed, like they point down and out. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. They are the stock headlight bulbs. Literally the Ford, there's a Ford part number. And I'm definitely not switching my headlights that come with the truck to accommodate 1% of drivers, because if you actually, and you guys notice this too, like 95%, probably 99% of oncoming traffic doesn't pull that crap. But people will do that to me in my Tahoe too. I don't know why, but it's, and those headlights really suck. And people will do it in that Tahoe. I just think people are just extra sensitive these days for like no reason about things sometimes. Super sensitive. So anyway, helicopter crashed on the beach in California. What the frick? What is going on? Just like everything's just all screwed up today. We got high beam people. We got helicopters crashing onto public beaches. What the heck? So anyway, I don't know who Diane Keaton is either, no clue. Never heard of her. Anyway, that's what we got. And we're going toward Okeechobee, whatever it is. Okeechobee or something. I can't even read the map. My eyes are all messed up. Yeah, see, high beams, not high beams. High beams, not high beams. Extra high beams. More high beams. This guy's totally gonna leave. Nope. Cute. Sorry guys, I am just... There's nothing wrong with my headlights. There really isn't. It's just, I understand, like you're driving a tiny little car that's like two inches off of the ground. Everybody's high beams are gonna be in your eyes. Like when I used to drive a car, or your low beams, everybody's low beams were in my eyes because you're sitting on the ground basically. And like, I think sometimes people driving these small cars have to kind of understand that that's what's happening. Like, it's not somebody high beaming you. It's the fact that you're sitting like a foot off of the ground, and that's where the headlights are pointed, is toward the ground. And when you get like 50 feet away from a vehicle, that's where they're the brightest, you know? It's gonna happen. Yeah, well, they are DOT compliant bulbs. Genius. They have a Ford part number on them. I don't know what else to tell you, dude. I really don't. I don't understand why sometimes it's so hard to get things through our skulls, other than coming in here and telling me that what I'm doing is not compliant and this and that. Clearly you've never seen a Ford parts catalog before, or a Ford truck. They come factory LEDs. Just because it's an LED bulb does not mean that it is not compliant. It is an LED fixture. I don't understand what the disconnect from A to B is here. I also don't know why somebody has absolutely nothing to do better with their lives than to come in here and bitch about my fucking headlights. Jesus Christ on a cracker, what is going on today? We got this Diane chick dying, whoever that is. Seriously, I've got no clue who that is, so sorry. We got the freaking helicopter on the beach. We got the ladder incident. You guys weren't part of that. I'm not even going to get into that. That's why I'm wet. We got the pole incident because the pole fell into the freaking water. It's been a freaking day here. I don't know what's in the water today, guys, but there is something major in the water today. I don't know, man. It is just, it must be this low pressure. It's probably because the earth is flat and the low pressure is pulling it back into a sphere. I don't know. It's probably the global warming or something. We're probably at that point where I have to flip around. I think we're almost down to that ferry access. Yeah, not too far away from Hatteras. We'll go down here just a little bit, where the water comes across the road typically, from what I'm told. Yeah, you're correct. I am not in the mood today for BS, that is for sure. Some days you just gotta tell it to where to go, so. So those of you that don't know, I'm going to go ahead and rattle it off because I just so happen to have the receipt right here from when I ordered the replacement headlight. So no, the Ford part number for folks that want to complain about it. Ford part number K King L Lincoln 3Z Zebra -13008 N as in Nancy. Headlight assembly left. F-150 left. LED headlamp or halogen lamps level 4, whatever level 4 is, with with LED diode. Christ, you even got me screwed up. There you go. Ford part number. Hold on. Let me. I gotta turn the light back on. To repeat, KL3Z13008N. And I do not have the subsequent, because that one was not loaded. I do not have the appropriate LED and driver module part number, but thank you. I just want to go ahead and put that out there since now we're questioning the legality of my headlights. I can't believe that we're even questioning the legality of my headlights. What the frick, man? Jesus Christ. Why does this even come up? Like, why does this dumb crap come up some days? Oh, today I want to see if his exhaust is legal. Today I want to see if his mirrors are in compliance. You guys know that one time when I was driving my damn my white Tahoe, because that thing's had a blinker out since God created the damn thing. It's had the front passenger side blinker bulb out. It's one of those things I'll get around to someday, but I just haven't. I had somebody, one of the last times I drove it, wrote me a essay of an email telling me how dangerous that is to not have a working turn signal, blah, 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 blah. It's just like, dude, did you really have nothing better to do with your day than write me an essay about my blinker? Yes, it is illegal to not have a proper blinker. Correct. Does it deserve an essay? No. Sandy Bay parking. There must be some sand there. This is the spot that I was told that gets a lot of seepage from under the dunes. So this is in pretty decent shape so far. How about that for some high beams? Those are the aux beams, by the way. Not here. Those are the aux beams. That's only the aux beams, no headlights. That's low beams, and then high beams, and then that's the stick light. But I like these aux beam lights that I got up here for ditch lights. Normally I would run like a Baja Designs. Baja Designs they're expensive lights, guys, but they're really, really good. I can't see. Okay, there we go. But Baja Designs, I really recommend those if you want. Not Baja, like, if you go, some of these farm stores sell I think the brand is just Baja. No, like Baja Designs. They're basically, they're expensive. But they're really good lights. Like, if you want a light and you want to really get your money's worth and you don't want to have to put lights all over the front of your truck or Jeep or whatever to be able to see, and you just want to put one or two, get something from Baja Designs. They are really, really good. Really good for the price you pay. I mean, you might pay $300 for a pair of like 4-inch floods or spot or combo beam, but you're gonna really get your money's worth. The aux beams are a very close second. They're a little pricey. These were like $150 for the set. The reason I didn't put Baja Designs on this is because I wanted them up on the A-pillar mounts like I got them. And the Baja Designs ones were just a little bit too big. They were gonna obscure the view in a few spots. So I'm using these, whatever, I don't remember how many watts they are, but they're pretty significant. And it's a flood pattern, so they tilt out to the sides a bit, so when we hit them, we've got ditch lighting in the blind spots. So you get a nice even light everywhere we need it. All right, we're probably gonna flip around because we're kind of about as far down here as we can go. I mean, we can go another couple feet, or a couple 100 yards, I guess, but we're gonna come up on that ferry. But yeah, don't buy those cheap garbage lights from those Nilights, Niilight, whatever, the Chinesium, Chinese junk or whatever, Nilite or Nilite or Niliite, whatever it is. They're all over Amazon and they are junk. They fill up with water, they're not bright, they're just not worth it. They're super cheap, you get like 2 of them for 20 bucks, but they're junk. Honestly, like the thing is, a lot of these cheap LED lights and stuff for off-road lights and stuff, they start out bright, but the diode really, really gets dimmer quickly. Like, they're just not good. You know, if you spend, basically you're gonna have to put a bunch of those on your vehicle to get the same amount of light that you would get out of a quality light, you know? So you end up spending more in the long run. Yeah, Baja Designs are good. You can look them up. They're really good. A little bit of water here. All that stuff seeping under the dunes, I think, and combined with the rainwater, that's not helping. Not a lot of places for the water to go right now. Yeah, that's right. You can put the little lens, colored lens things on the, so you can make the light, the Baja Designs lights, you can clip a little like filter on there and make it amber, which I think I'm gonna put 2 amber light, aux beam lights on my front bumper, because running the amber, or it's not even amber, it's like amberish yellow. It's kind of a unique color. It cuts, that color cuts through rain and especially snow a lot better than white. Like, you see how this is all like blurring and blinding? The yellow, like mustard yellow colored lights, you can really see a lot better. I need to do that. I've been intending to for a long time, but like seriously, it sounds like a small thing, and it is, but once you've done it, you'll never go back. It's just, the difference is amazing. Oh, look out, bird, cripes. Don't hit the bird. We're gonna probably pass this guy up here so we can go on a little bit quicker than 30. This guy would probably prefer us ahead of him anyway. He seems to be pretty cautious here, which is fine, but we've been up this road so many times today I could do it with my eyes closed.
Alright, we're in Frisco now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a sneak up here and pass this guy. We'll get some more fuel, but we're gonna wait till we get up a ways. I'm not in any sort of urgent hurry. Alright, well this guy's turning, so we won't have to work our way by him, so that's cool. Probably start running into areas up here that have some decent water across Highway 12. Once we get through town, we can step it up a little bit here. Probably gonna start heading north. Start making some headway that direction. Need a little bit of that drive under our belt here. So we might want to be a little bit north. See, where we're at here is a little bit protected because of all the buildings and stuff. We might have a little bit more excitement north of town. So remember when I was driving north of town? Little on the last run, I made that comment where I'm like, oh yeah, we got more wind up here. I mean, I did notice as soon as we got north of all this and these trees, it really, really opens up. So we're gonna go see if we can find some excitement, I guess. Keep some tabs on this. Car in the middle of the road. What the frick? Is this guy good? Oh, he's like out of his car taking a picture or something. Okay, probably not where I would park, but okay. Whatever. That's fine, I guess, whatever. At least that guy had the brains to put his blinker things on. A lot of people don't. Like, they'll just put the car in park and be like, oh, somebody might hit me. So at least he did that. There probably wasn't any traffic when he stopped. Yeah, we're coming through Buxton right now. hell of an adventure so far today. Alright, so a little bit of an update here. I guess I need to give myself an update. Looks like now we're kind of in the heaviest rain, and I think this storm is really starting to close in on us here. I don't think this is peak intensity. It's not going to even seem like much where we're at right now. That's why we're going to start getting out in the open, because we're not exposed here. We're covered up with infrastructure. So if we want to see what the wind is like, we've got to get a little bit out of town. You know, we deal with this even with hurricanes, tropical storms, whatever. You know, where even a Category 4 storm just seems like a gusty day if you're in the middle of downtown sometimes, depending where you're at, because all the buildings and the wind funneling, it just funnels everything away from you and blocks a lot of wind. So we gotta, if you want wind, you gotta get out of town most of the time. This is going to be a mess through here, I think. So tonight through tomorrow morning is probably going to be the worst of this, but then there's also the concern with Monday's high tide too. Because even as this pulls away and the water has a chance to recede, everything is so fragile that I wouldn't be surprised if a high tide cycle really messes with things too. So we really need to watch the high tide potential here over the next 36 hours, I think. I actually did not know this. I did not know this until not that long ago, which is pretty bad. If in Radar Omega, if you go into data overlays and then you go to marine tools, there is a layer to turn on the tide forecast points, and then you can click on one of those points on the map and it'll tell you what time the tides are, which is great. So it says high tide at 10:39 p.m. and then high tide again at 11:16 a.m. for this area. So that's actually really useful out here for a situation like this. We're gonna probably run into some sand dunes trying to sneak across the road up here too. Don't be surprised, I guess. It's really blowing out here though. Seriously, it is getting really windy out here. I mean, you can just feel it. Oh, the Atlantic Beach. Yeah, that's the southern half of all this, right? You have to approach from the south, I think. I think I remember David saying something about that earlier. I'm not super familiar with out here, but yeah, it's probably gonna get windy down there too. Heck, you're probably getting the worst of it down there, honestly. Alright, we need some more light. I can't see. That's better. Oh, JK, there's a car. Yeah, we're almost out of here. This is like, I'm pretty sure this is Avon. About to go through Avon here, or going through Avon, I should say. Nobody's coming. Yeah, it's gotten significantly windier over the past hour.
Because even as we go north, we're actually getting out of the strongest winds. It's the entire system is coming north right behind us, though. But it's way worse up here than it was wherever we were 40 minutes ago. This is definitely a strong storm system here. No doubt going to have tropical storm conditions here across a lot of these areas. Maybe not strong, but I would call it at least like probably moderate storm conditions here. That's that place I went into where it says everything is $9.99 or less, no gimmicks. That's literally what the sign says. But then they charged me $14.99 for my Crocs. Like, you gotta be kidding me, right? Thought there was no gimmicks. Apparently not. Apparently they meant on everything but the Crocs. Those, they have a gimmick. Okay, we are almost out of this town, thank God, so we can start getting going a little bit here. That was kind of the last slowdown we have for a while. Number 12. I can't tell. I might try turning the IR off. Is that water? All the way up to the like right in front of the camera there.
I believe so.
Alright, I'm gonna cycle the IR here just to see what we can catch. Problem is it's just it's spraying in front of the camera and it's reflecting it all, but yeah, I don't think it was that high when we placed it out there.
Yeah, that's definitely water. Confirmed for sure.
Confirmed.
Since we're not too worried about battery life, given when we deployed it, would we be able to turn on like, that floodlight mode or whatever it has?
No, it just reflects the same. It's just a different color.
Dang.
Yeah, there's just not enough ambient light to turn it totally off, but I'm pretty sure that that's gotta be, oh yeah, with it off you can actually tell it's moving. So I would imagine here within an hour or two that should be flooded, which means we should probably start seeing it flood on the one that's behind it then, because those two are almost within sight. Oh, funny.
Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on them.
Yeah, you go check these cameras out in the app, folks. I got links if you need to download the Radar Omega app or Cycrad. It's pinned in the YouTube chat. Yeah, high tide is sometime around 11. I don't remember it's sometime between like 10 and 11 or something like that. Yeah, so water is starting to inundate those houses again down there. So far, so good with the road. It gets bad up here a ways, though. Yeah, we're moving north, so the ocean is on the right. Just over the trees. It's hard to believe that this right here is our peak of hurricane season for the U.S. Like, this is it. This is the peak. Yeah, overall, we've gotten off pretty easy this season, for sure. When it comes to hurricanes actually hitting the U.S., I completely agree. Can't say the same for the past, what, 5 years, 6 years? Last year was just a bunch of Florida. We'll kind of go back up to civilization here for a minute, get something to eat, reset, and then maybe take another swipe at this here. Unless it's made it up here by then. Well, there's still traffic coming from the north, so that's a good sign. We're almost up here where you got to get on that bridge, I think. Oh no, we got a ways yet. It does take a while to get around out here. High water. Not today. Not yet. Yeah, the water has really come up on our remote cameras out there. It's a little hard to tell because the night vision was reflecting off of the rain, kind of blinding the camera a little bit. But if you pay close attention, you'll notice it. Could have some power outages out here. Nothing yet, though. I mean, this really isn't that bad right now, anyway. Okay, so we're saying like what, 11:45 for high tide? Okay, so we got about like 3 hours. That's also when the peak winds are probably coming through, so that's also going to be problematic. So then you've got the wind and the tide at the same time. It's really going to bring that water up, I think. I'm 95% sure I know who that was. I think that was a friendly gesture. Up here a ways is where it gets really sandy. Seeing this at night. I gotta look at where we're at. Rodanth, however the heck you say it. Hold on, I know where we can go check out while we're up here. I got a spot. Down here, that's what I found earlier. The road's starting to flood. Water's got nowhere to go. Between the berms here, a lot of this is from last Imelda event. Most of this sand, is not supposed to be here. Some of it, sure, but a lot of this is just from cleaning the roads off here from this last one. Because up here to the left, if you actually go up on top of these dunes, it's just insane how deep the deposit of sand that isn't supposed to be here is. A lot of these houses on the left you can't see now, but a lot of them on the left, the entire bottom, like the carport area, is just full almost all the way to the top of sand. really hear the power lines making noise too. Like the arcing noises from the all the salt spray. That guy's got his high beams on.
kind of really just interested to see what the road's like up here, because we should be coming up on it here pretty soon. So far, road conditions are fine. There's no question about that. Nobody's going to have any problems in the short term. Yeah, so this, I can't even tell on radar where the center of this thing is. I think it's like due south of Buxton. I could be wrong. I probably need to look at a satellite loop. But we're gonna run up here into the Kitty Hawk area, and I have to eat. I am very hungry. I've been out all day, nonstop, which is fine. That's my job. But I need to sit down for a minute.
DOT guy sitting there. So probably just go to frickin' Wawa or something, but. This through here is where it can flood. You can see it's already looking like it's wanting to. A lot of water over there on the shoulder, seeping through the sand. That's about to be over the road. It's about to be over the road through here too, but nothing crazy. Oh, I think it's over the road right here. Yep, a little bit. Not bad though. It ain't gonna get any better though. Probably not gonna get any better at all until Monday morning. There's just a lot of sand blowing around too. Like that's why it looks kind of hazy. The wind's getting pretty significant now, I think. I mean, I shouldn't say significant. It's getting a lot stronger. Significant implies that it's like doing something crazy, but you got the sand dunes and stuff that are blocking it, but you can just, there's a bunch of sand just flying off the top of those. Yeah, it looks like snow almost, doesn't it? Yeah, this isn't bad at all, guys. Especially, at least for the standards of this road. But I really, really do think that this is going to get bad. It's probably going to be a pretty quick onset. Because you got to remember, the strongest part of that storm is, I think, is that part that's offshore quite a ways yet. It's going to be a while. You know, we've been saying overnight, and it seems like it's a lot later than it is. I think so we've been going all day, and it's dark out, but it's only 8:30 Eastern. But we'll see water come up on those Buxton cameras before anything. I mean, it already has, but I mean, significant water. It takes a long time to get up out of here, especially right now, because I mean I'm only doing like 50. I mean you can do probably 75 out here and nobody's gonna care. I mean, did it earlier, no problem. I mean you can move up and down the road pretty quick here, but like right now it's just I don't know where the water's at. You can't tell the difference between the water and the sand and the road, so it's doing like 50 to try to balance it out here. So it takes a pretty significant amount of time to get in and out. Especially under these conditions. And there's not much traffic on the road, but interestingly enough, there's a lot of traffic going back the other way. Probably the locals. I think a lot of the vacationers said the hell with it. There, it's up over the road pretty decent. Yeah, we're not to Nag Head or whatever the heck it is. I'm not there yet. Probably, what, 15 miles maybe? I don't know. But we got off of that middle island, so it seems like it goes a lot quicker once you start moving up here. And then you got to go through like 1,300 freaking stoplights. Which that really does suck. Yeah, I keep thinking it's much later than it is. But hell, it's only, like I said, it's about 8:45 almost.
It's nice being out here, though. I mean, it's a little bit of a change of pace from what we're used to. Something different. So I don't know what tomorrow's going to be like. The storm will be pulling away. So that means decreasing winds, but we'll see. The thing is, too, it's not necessarily, sometimes your worst damage doesn't have to occur during the strongest conditions. Sometimes it's just the fatigue on the infrastructure of being battered for so long, you know. So, hell, I mean, we could have houses going in the water tomorrow or Monday, who knows. Not that we want to see the houses go in the water, but that's apparently what's happening lately, so. It is a crappy situation, though. I don't remember what the total is for the amount of houses that have gone in, but I know it's probably close to 10. Hell, it might even be over 10. There's a lot. I mean, even when we were down on the beach there, you could tell. I mean, that's impressive. You know, you got the little houses, the ones that are surviving out there, they're on their own little island out in the water. It'll be interesting to see what it's like when that water recedes. That'll be a while. But it really did a number on the coastline out there, guys, so far. This last one and so far this one. I mean, you think about how much energy it takes to move that much beach, basically. And I say beach because it's not even just the sand, it's the stuff there too. The walking paths, the houses, the buildings.
probably gonna have to pass this car up here. He's kind of holding the line up a little bit. Might be able to get by up here. But I've got a lot of before picture, you know, to do like before and after comparison. Like I've got a lot of videos and photos and stuff on the beach. So when this is all said and done, we should be able to do a pretty good comparison of how much damage was done from this one. Obviously, I was a little bit behind. Ideally, I could have been here a day earlier, but still. So I still don't know what to think about all that stuff up there to the northeast, guys. I feel like all that Delaware, New Jersey stuff is kind of not as big of a deal as what could be happening down here, because I don't know. Maybe it would be worth trying to go up there. I mean, I'll have to evaluate it later, but because I mean, we could get up there. It's not that big of a deal. It's really not that far. But I still think this is kind of ground zero. It's just this is happening at night. You know, we expected the peak to be around like midnight, and that's what it's looking like. But one of the things that's really an annoyance is trying to be on one of these storms at night. I hate it. I hate it when you're out here at night for one of these tropical systems. I mean, I know this isn't a tropical system, but you guys know what I'm saying. I hate when you're out here and it's freaking dark and you're dealing with one of these tropical style systems. It just sucks because you can't see. Your windshield's all like smeared. Last year we had a lot of landfalling tropical systems at night. Yeah, I think the news, particularly a lot of these weather outlets, really misportray what's been happening out here. Like, they do their live shots and they tell you how basically everything's underwater, it's all going in the sea, it's doomed. Basically anything they can do to get you to watch. And that is true. Everything is going into the ocean. Except it really only applies to these like tiny little areas, like focused areas. Certain small parts of neighborhoods or blocks, you know. It's not like the whole frickin' Outer Banks region's going in the water. But there is beach erosion happening all over. I really wish that they would show a little bit more and maybe go into a little bit more detail about the actual beach erosion, because everybody's so fixated on these houses. Oh, wow, now we're up to 11 houses that went in or whatever. It's like, okay, right, but there's also like an ecosystem here and like sea critters and shit, crabs and stuff, I don't know. Like, there's more to it than just the houses. Yes, the houses are a big story, it's a big deal, I get that, totally. But there's also another side of this. That's why I like to go down to the beach. I'm glad we went and walked on the beach while it was daylight, you know, 'cause
I know it's just sand and water, but there's a lot there. You just have to look for it, I guess. And we don't want to lose that either. You know, yeah, we don't want to lose the houses for sure. We don't want to lose the roads and the infrastructure and all that. I completely agree. But we also want to make sure that we're concerned about like the actual ecosystem here too, because I mean it's pretty important. I mean, what the environment out here and what you find in the ecosystem out here is pretty rare and very unique. I mean, every little part of the coastline has its own like little, I don't know, little things that it specializes in or whatever you want, however you want to say it. But out here it's different. It's just the way that the coastline, because you've got so much water or so much beach that's right up on the water, and it's not swamp, it's not full of well, I mean there are trees out here, but it's not all completely treed. I mean, it's a very clean, consistent coast, and it gives you the opportunity to go pretty much right on the beach wherever you want. I mean, you have that in the east coast of Florida and many places. You've got that on the Gulf Coast, sure. But like, you know, you can drive along the Gulf Coast and there's so many different environments. You know, the west coast of Florida, it's urban and you can go just drive right up to the beach. But then you go up into like the Big Bend region, like Apalachicola, all the way to the east toward Keaton Beach. That's just all forest and swamp. You know, if you want to go to the beach, you're going to walk through the woods. And it's actually kind of neat because I've done that, and you literally walk through the woods and it's just all swamp, and then you just come out and there's water. It's, oh, I should have went. I should have just floored it. But it can be pretty cool. You know, you've got so many different, I mean, that's like alligator land and stuff. And then you go farther east or farther west and you've got like the nicest beaches ever. The beaches on the Gulf, like particularly like around Biloxi and Gulfport and Panama City, are extremely clean. Like the sand is really clean. So it is out here too. But it's just exceptionally clean out there. But you don't find this kind of environment or ecosystem anywhere else that I've ever been. And I've been pretty much everywhere along every coast. Except, I mean, not out west, but I've been pretty much everywhere along every coast except for Maine and then like the Delaware, Maryland, New Jersey part. You know, I've been out in Long Island for subtropical stuff. I've been, you know, coastal Connecticut, Cape Cod, all sorts of stuff all over the place. But this is the kind of stuff out here. It's very unique. I mean, I haven't seen it anywhere else, and obviously we want to protect this as much as we can. You know, I don't live here, and I want to see it protected. But what happens with the ocean is beyond what we can control. So we have to, you know, I talked about this earlier. We have to kind of shift our attention to, I guess, mitigating the damages. You know, and I think one of those big things that needs to be done, and I know the locals are good at it. The visitors could probably use some work, but is just keeping things clean. Okay, Brodozer, man, you're such a cool guy. What an idiot. But anyway, that thing will be upside down in the ditch in about 2 miles. But, you know, not dumping our trash on the beach, picking shit up on the beach. I absolutely cannot stand when you're walking down the beach and like somebody's thrown their soda bottle out. Now, to be fair, you know, you can't blame everybody for every piece of litter and stuff, because that kind of stuff can blow around, blow out of trash cans, whatever. But, you know, I hate it, you know, and I've seen a lot of people just dump their trash and like be done eating their sandwich and just throw the wrapper and shit like on the beach. I hate that. Like, I think there's a special place, I'm not religious, I don't know, but I think there's a special place in hell for some of these people. Like, you're too effing lazy to go over to the garbage can that's 10 feet away so that it doesn't just end up, you know, in the water. Like, that's step one. It's just keeping things frickin' clean. I mean, Jesus. But you got to remember too, when these houses and buildings were built, they weren't. There was more coast. I heard a number of 150 feet of coast has been lost, but I don't know which part, and I also don't know what the timeline is. But I'll tell you, I'm pretty sure that I can confirm that 60 feet of that beach is gone versus 2 weeks ago, based on what that lady that lived there told me. Because she said that prior to this, the beach went out at least 60 more feet. And then there was like a sand dune berm. And it's just gone. It's gone already. So this last 2 week period, starting with Imelda as it pulled away, has really, really, really taken a toll out here. You know, and a lot of it is just dumb luck too. I mean, you know, we could look at it, you know, in terms of statistics and stuff. When is the next time that, you know, this Outer Banks region is going to have a 2 week period or just a season like this where it just gets hammered? I don't know. It could be next year, or it could be 5 years from now. Hell, for all we know, this could be potentially maybe the beginning of a break, or not, you know. So there's Dirty Dick's again. Dirty Dick's Crab House. But we definitely want to take care of this out here the best we can. It's also a unique place too because of the people. Like the people out here, I haven't dealt with a bad person yet, you know, and I'm not talking bad about other parts of the country, folks, but like up where I live in Wisconsin, so many nasty people. Just like around where I live, so many people are just nasty. There's a lot of really nice people, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those things like, you know, you can just be, well, like I was walking into the auto parts store and have some guy come out of nowhere and start cussing at you because you didn't say hi to him or something. And I don't know, you just get a lot of, no offense to anybody whose name is Karen, but you get a lot of Karens up there. You know, a lot of, oh, I used to deal with this crap in town. We had a crazy ass psycho landlord. Her name was Kim. She was a psychopath. She worked for, I forgot the name of the company. They bought the apartments that we lived in at the time. So it wasn't even like the lady that we knew we were going to get. She just showed up and bought the place or something, whatever. Just a nasty old hag. And, you know, it's just, that's the mentality that we have up there in that part of the country. And this whole, like, oh, if you're doing anything that I don't think is normal, I'm going to call the manager kind of thing. And, you know, again, no offense, Karens. We have some very good Karens in the audience. Like Karen from Buffalo. Sorry that your name has been tainted. But you guys are the chosen ones, I guess. But just this Karen mentality, like, the story I was getting at is, you know, I could be, you know, this woman would bitch about anything. Like, I could be outside and be loading the car up or something and walk inside and leave the door open, and she'd have a nasty text message to me or something about it. Can't do that. It's like, god damn, like, leave people alone. Like, you don't have that down here. Like, I've been doing all sorts of weird shit, climbing on ladders, climbing trees, freaking holding on to utility poles, trying not to get electrocuted and stuff like that. And not a single person has stopped and been like, hey, what the hell's the matter with you? You know, we've had people stop and want, you know, be genuinely interested in what we're doing. Like, that's great. You know, people that are just interested, like, there's nothing wrong with that. But, like, if I were doing this at home, oh my god, you know how many people would stop and bitch about what I'm doing? Seriously, and it's not, and I'm sorry for anybody also that lives in the part of Wisconsin that I do, but it's just something I've noticed that it's just, it's a mentality. I think maybe it's the population density is because it's growing up there. I don't know, but I'm a firm believer in you should leave other people alone. Like, leave other people alone. Like, if somebody's doing something that seems a little bit weird, as long as it's not dangerous or stupid or like criminal, just leave them alone. It is a free country. You know, like, it's perfect example. Like, sometimes when I'm on the road so much, I have to fix my car in a parking lot, and I'll have the car taken apart. And sometimes it attracts people that come up to you and complain about it and tell you that you shouldn't do that there, even though they have no right to say that because they don't own the place, nothing like that. They're just passersby. They just want to start something. It's just things like that. It's like, there's nothing illegal about existing in a public space. Like, the public spaces are there to be public, and down here it's like people respect that, maybe because it's more of a tourist thing, but things like that, I know it might not be a big deal to other people, but to me, these are things that I pick out. That's what makes me really like certain areas over others, is where I feel like I can conduct my life, do my business, do what I need to do, and not feel like somebody is breathing down my neck and complaining about it to people, or coming over and starting something, or calling the cops, bitching, It's nice just feeling like the community respects people, and I don't want to say leaves you alone, because that's not what I'm saying, but they respect you, and they realize it's like you don't have somebody down your throat. It's just, it's nice. Like, I like it out here. It's a nice ecosystem, nice environment, nice people. It's too bad that it's being jeopardized a little bit here. Not totally. The whole Outer Banks isn't going to fall into the frickin' ocean here, but I mean, we do need to start raising an eyebrow here at the situation, and because we really don't want to see this get out of control. I mean, it already is out of control, but like, even just the public services down here are so friendly. Really nice people. Like I said earlier, it was actually right that Wawa right there. I was out there cleaning the windows, and I go in, and the cop walks in through the other door, and he goes, "Hey, you one of the guys that had your thing stolen off the phone pole?" I was like, "Yep." And so word gets around. But he was like, "Oh yeah, go down here, check out this place, blah blah blah," and, just trying to be welcoming, and even said that, "Well, welcome to North Carolina." And it's just the fact that, like, the people that represent the area actually go out of their way to be friendly. And then we had the other dude who I actually thought that he was just trying to read the plate and run the plate, because my plate's a little bit obstructed because I've got a bracket on there for lights. So it's if you don't know, it's a Wisconsin plate. Like, if you're not familiar with how a Wisconsin license plate looks, like, you probably would have a hard time telling it's a Wisconsin plate. And I totally get that. But he came up on me pretty quick after I'd passed him, and I'm like, huh. And he was trying to read the website on the back, so I guess I need to make that bigger. Because I made like 3 turns because I didn't know where I was going, and he followed me after each one and then came out from the other side. I'm like, what in the hell? So I was going to get up next to him at the intersection, or get behind him and flash my lights and see if I get the guy to pull over and be like, do you want something? Like, because usually it's these, a lot of times these cops will follow us and wait for us to stop and then ask us where the tornado is, basically, which is fine. But I ran into him down the road at a beach access, and just super nice guy. And he's like, "Yeah, call this guy about the beach, blah, blah, blah. And, don't worry about Highway 12. That truck will get through it. You're fine, even if it's closed. Just don't worry about it." And then the people from the DOT were super nice too, because I asked the DOT guys, I was like, "What happens if I do get stuck down here and I need to get back up, but I can get through, but it's closed?" He's like, "Well, then if there's somebody sitting there, just tell them you got to get through." He's like, "We'll let you through." He's like, "It's not a big deal." I'm like, "All right." He goes, "The big reason we close it, is because of the heavy equipment trying to get the sand off the road, and also the fact that these people in these little cars just clog up the road." He's like, "I mean, you can obviously get through it with that, so if worst comes to worst, he literally said, if you got to go down the road and it's closed, then you got to go down the road." So just nice people out here. Nobody's argumentative. So that's good. That's honestly kind of what
the United States of America is supposed to be like. You know, you're supposed to be free and have freedom to do what you need to do and not face constant opposition and nannying. Hell, sometimes even when we do deployments like this, we get nannied. Like, I don't know, going to get back into an area to retrieve a camera. You know, I've had instances where there's been a representative of the local government, we'll say, or local officials, we'll say, try to be polite, pirate, sitting there. And I hate to be that way, but that's how a couple of these were, and there's no reason for that. Like, been on the other side of this, and there's no reason to be like that. You know, go up and be like, hey, the road's blocked, but I got equipment down here. Oh, we're only letting residents and contractors in. Okay, well, I'm a contractor. For who? Myself. Weather, public safety, media. Well, you're a visitor. No, I'm not a visitor. I'm conducting business. I am no different than a roofing contractor. So it's like you're telling me you're going to let roofing contractors in to sell people stuff, to sell people roofs and residents, but you're not going to let people that actually have normal business to conduct. And this is the argument that I've had on the side of the road so many times, and then it turns into, okay, have a nice day. I turn around, drive about a block away, get on the phone, call the non-emergency number and say, hey, can I please talk to a supervisor? And then you got to start out and explain it. And I'm like, hey, I'm not trying to get this guy in trouble, but this is why I'm pissed. This is the problem. I need to get down here. What can you do for me? And then every time I talk to a supervisor, it's always, yeah, no problem. I'll be down there, or I'll call him. So then that means you got to go back up to the cop that's sitting there and be like, yeah, the supervisor, yeah, I'm the one that called him. And then you look like an asshole because you called the guy's boss on him, which is kind of an asshole move, but I also need to get my work done, you know? And then it's just, I've never been denied re-entry to these areas when I need to by anybody in charge of anything. It's been kind of somebody with an attitude, and it's not a reflection of all police. Like 99.9% of law enforcement out here are actually like really, really nice people and don't bother people because of, you know, they respect the citizens, but also I don't think any of them actually really get paid enough to bother people for petty shit. But you know, we have to deal with that, and that's an hour-long process, and it just slows you down. Like out here, we're not facing these problems. It's just, hey, this is what I'm doing. I got to get this done. Okay, have a nice day. You know, so that's my advertisement for the Outer Banks. You know, somebody asked what I thought about it out here like 20 minutes ago. That's what I think. It is very nice out here. I need to think about what I'm going to do for dinner. I thought I was going to pass a Sonic, but I haven't passed a Sonic, and I am concerned. Yeah, I actually used to be pretty quiet too, believe it or not, but over the past 10 years or so, I've really kind of taken on the mentality of like, don't bother me, I won't bother you kind of thing. Like, if you want to come up and have a conversation, that's fine, but I tend to not walk, I mean, sometimes you need to, sometimes you don't, but I tend to not just walk away to avoid stuff anymore. It's like, if somebody's gonna come up and start a fight and start a problem over nothing, like, I'm not gonna pack my crap up and leave. That's just a figure of speech, just to please somebody, you know. You know, I'm not talking about like actually packing my stuff up and leaving. It's all a figure of speech. I'm gonna pull into this parking lot. I have to figure out what went wrong because I really kind of wanted Sonic again, and something has gone horribly wrong. We've missed it. Dick Donuts. All right. Yep. Dick's Donuts here. Jesus Christ. What is going on with this town? We got Dick Donuts and frickin' Dick's crab frickin' house or something. What the hell is going on out here? Okay, so I need to determine the dinner location. Wow, that was a long drive. How long did that take us? An hour and a half? There are a lot of dick places out here. I think I saw like an Uncle Dick's or something earlier too. Yeah, we had Dirty Dick's Crab Shack, Dick Donuts, Uncle Dick's something. I don't know what's going on out here. Starting to become concerned. Hell, maybe we got freaking Dick's Sonic. I don't know. All right, let me see what my options are. Oh boy. Okay. We got Pizza Stop. What is that, like a watered down version of Pizza Hut? Wendy's. Don't eat the Wendy's here. I had it last night and it wasn't good. I had it when I got to the hotel. I do not recommend that. They got Subway. Oh, that's Subway's closed already? You gotta be kidding me. Wawa's open. Wawa actually has really good food. Anybody who's never been there, I would say they're most comparable to a Maverick. But they're pretty good and they're reasonably priced too. Like I got a breakfast sandwich from there this morning. It was really good. God, I'm gonna get stuck with this freaking McDonald's, aren't I? God bless America. Oh, it's Duck Donuts, not Dick Donuts. The sign's all faded. I thought it said Dick Donuts, and I saw Dick's Crab Shack or whatever the hell down there, so I thought it was Dick Donuts too. I don't know what a Dick Donut is. That sounds disgusting. Can't be any worse than Dick's Crab House or whatever. What the hell is a Duck Donut? Duck Donut. Okay, whatever. Stupid. That's so stupid. Really hear the wind. All right, it looks like Mac frickin' Donald's is our option here. I am a little bit disappointed in the Sonic here. It wasn't bad, but they don't have the pickle fries anymore. I'm pretty upset about that. That's ridiculous. I don't know who the heck made that decision. Or the pickle fried freaking dickle picks or whatever. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, the freaking filter caught that one. Holy hell. You can tell the stream is really low latency because somebody, and it was a channel member too, but the Botrix thing caught it. Jesus Christ. I can't read that one. Jesus. Dick fries. You gotta be shitting me. Maybe in a few hours when the stream's about to be done, we can talk about that comment, because that was freaking great. Holy shit. Not appropriate, but it's pretty funny. I started reading it there and I stopped myself. Is there a time of day, like after a certain time, we could just say whatever we want to say and not worry about getting canceled? Because I feel like we're getting to that point, because I kind of want to talk about what was just said. Oh, God. Well, camera number 12 has quite a bit of water in it, or on the shore. There's a lot of saltwater film on some of these camera lenses, though. Nothing we can do about that. It'll blow off. As it gets windier and rains harder, that stuff will blow off. All right, seriously, what am I eating? What do I got for Sonic? I mean, I'll do Sonic. I'm really not in the mood for it anymore. 14 miles away. The hell with that. Thank you very much. Probably the frickin' Wawa, honestly. It's probably the best option. Oh, that was a good 5 minutes away, though. Let's just go to Wawa. All right, we're going to Wawa. Here we go. Oh, Jesus. We really need to get on a social media platform where we can live stream and, I don't know, not have to worry about what we say.
In 800 feet, turn left onto US 158 East.
The shit the chat filter catches is ridiculous. Oh my god.
Take the second left onto US 158 East.
That car's ridiculous. Did you guys see that? Jesus Christ. Hot dang. Tell me you live in the basement, not telling me. Be adults? No, none of us. We're just gonna sit here and argue with me about my frickin' headlights. You guys believe that guy earlier? Put different headlight bulbs in it that are DOT compliant. Shut the F up. How do you know what headlight bulbs I have? Like, what the frick? Like, do you hear what you're saying right now? Well, clearly you're at fault because your headlight bulbs aren't DOT compliant. Oh, do you have a crystal ball? Do you know exactly what headlights I'm running? They're from the freaking Ford factory. Jesus Christ, out loud. Give me a break. Your poor mother. God, I still can't believe that. It's your own fault. Those headlights aren't DOT compliant. Oh my God. Yeah, and my truck's not EPA compliant, so, you know. Cripes, now people aren't only calling the EPA on me, they're calling the DOT on me. They're gonna get me. Next thing you know, these guys are going to be checking the date codes on my tires. God dang. I'll be out here doing full vehicle inspections on this thing in the hotel parking lot before I get up in the morning. They're going to have a list of things they want me to address. That windshield wiper is streaking. That's not DOT compliant. That headlight bulb doesn't look DOT compliant. We don't like the date codes on your tires. That's not DOT compliant. I don't like the color of the paint. That's not DOT compliant. Your side mirrors aren't adjusted properly. That's probably racist. Like, god dang, man. Give me a break. Meanwhile, you got cash for clunkers cars out here still driving around, dragging their god dang exhaust down the road, not giving a dang, with 500,000 miles on them, rusted out, probably don't have brakes, barely run, no airbags because those got removed after the first accident. You know, I mean, come on, folks. Like, and the problem is my headlights. Days of transportation, yeah. I don't know where I find these people, man. I swear to God. I think it's the same person with a different account every time. I'll do you one better, Joe. Or no, that wasn't Joe. Who was it? Rachel. No. Yeah, it was Rachel that said that, not Joe. I'll do you one better. I can turn all the rear-facing lights bright white. I mean, if somebody wants to play that game, obviously I wouldn't do that because it caused an accident, but just having the capability, you know, should be a deterrent, you know. Tell people, hey, don't high beam this guy. He's gonna win. Henry's Restaurant. Paradise Fun Park. There's the Dunkin' Donut. Not to be confused with Duck Donut. Alright, we'll be there this year here, hopefully. Yeah, I wish there was a Waffle House out here. I'm really, honestly surprised that there's not. I don't know what the Waffle House density is on the East Coast. I know South Carolina's got them. I don't know if North Carolina does, but I know the Waffle House density is probably a little sparse out here, but still, I'm disappointed. Somebody needs to get a hold of Waffle House, see if we can put something out here, because it would do great. They'd probably have to put like 4 of them out here, but they could do it. Alright, here's the Wawa. And the random paint store right there. I suppose I should get some fuel. My luck, the power will go out. Won't be able to get any later. Okay. Oh my god, I really don't want to get out. Like, it's so nice and warm in here. I don't want to get out. It's freaking cold and nasty out there. It's 69. Of course it is. 69 degrees and raining. This sucks. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven's no good. I don't know why so many of you guys like 7-Eleven. I've never been to a good one. And maybe I'm just not good at picking them, but anytime I went to one, it was always terrible. Which Buxton camera? I turned off the night vision on one of them because it was just glaring back into the camera. Oh wow, yeah, the water is definitely coming up. I'm gonna turn the record on that. Hold on, let me turn the recording on for that one. This will take me a minute, so I kind of have to log back in here. Password is incorrect. The hell it is. Oh, good lord. I'll just open it up on the frickin' computer. Because I'm pretty sure it's got me remembered. Come on, take the password, man. Because that's the right one. What are you doing here? Seriously, what is this? What is wrong with this thing? You're not connected to the internet. The hell I'm not. Come on, man. I gotta get this damn camera recording. What are we doing here? Safari. Give me a break. System CPU usage 1%. That is good. What number is that? 12. Start MP4 recording. I'm going to try making a quick adjustment to the camera. I'm going to try turning the night vision settings just to see if we can get rid of some of that glare. Trying a couple things here. I want to get the best configuration. Whoa, that water's really coming up, guys. You might want to take a look at that there in the app. Holy smokes. Let me check on 8. I might need to turn the IR on for 8. Yeah, well, we got that one recording, so. Yeah, that is impressive. I gotta look at a couple of pieces of the model data. I want to get an idea for tomorrow here. Yeah, that water's really come up. Yeah, the highest tide is in like an hour. 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah, HRRR is not really telling me anything I didn't know. Looks like strongest wind gusts are gonna up here in the Kitty Hawk area are probably gonna be at like maybe 8 a.m. tomorrow, give or take a little. So this is gonna take some time to evolve overnight, especially for folks up here. It really does, almost looking at HRRR, look like we get a different low pressure system. Weird. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Well, let me get a little bit of an update out on Facebook, folks. Here, we'll do this. Otherwise, people bitch about not seeing stuff. Let me just do a thing here. I owe Facebook an update here. Wow, it's hot in here. Holy shit. Let me just get this hammered out real fast here. The screen record a little bit of the unit that's just getting hammered. Number 12, the connection might break for just a second. Yep. So number 12 just broke because I just changed. I upped to the frames per second on it so we can see a little better. It's rebooting right now. Give it just a minute. All right, it's back. Yeah, you guys go take a look at that. That is crazy. Quality's not super great because it's dark. But, I mean, you can just tell how nasty the conditions are there. I mean, like, it's like it's a blizzard. Let me pull the audio from that. It just sounds like chaos. I just boosted the bit rate a little bit too. I might be able to squeeze a little more quality out of there. You know, we only have so much bandwidth, so much signal, you know. But I'm really trying to make some manual adjustments right now to see if we can squeeze that a little bit more. Squeeze a little more out of it. So you might have just noticed if you're watching it, it probably went down. It'll be back up in a second. Okay, it should be back up any moment now. Man, that thing is just getting smoked. It just looks like it's snowing. Alright, I'm going to screen record this quick. Let me upload this to X and Facebook real quick. That way you guys can see a clip if you want. There we go. post it. Yeah, that is really incredible. Again, I don't know how bad it's gonna get, but just the comments on Facebook some days are just wild. No other way to put it. Christ. Yeah, I don't have a way to full screen it or override the yes, there is music in the background. They're playing a bunch of garbage here that nobody wants to listen to. Wow, that is I don't have a way to manually full screen it, but holy smokes, guys, go take a look at that. That's I wonder if that house is in jeopardy right now. I need to go back and look at my my photo. I don't know if that's the one that had the like reinforcements put on it. Trying to look. Make sure this is still recording. Got so many pictures I can't find it. Yeah, that one was reinforced, so that might save it. That one did have reinforcements. See? All the new lumber. That's what's on camera 12. It took me that long to find that photo. It's got quite a few damaged pylons though, can you see that? Those are broken. Right off the bat, 3 of them. Trying to see if I can count the damage. I think 3, there's a 4th. Only 4 of them are broken though. So I don't know. I hope it makes it. I mean, I hope they all make it because, you know, we don't want the destruction, but I just can't stop watching that. The water going through there is crazy. Yeah, no, I know. And the lumber that they use to patch that is only, are those like, what, 2x8s? Let me look again. They just look like 2x8s. I don't know how much structural integrity 2x8s are going to add. Maybe they're 2x10s. I mean, they're not like beams. I don't know if that's a 2x8 or a 2x10. Kind of looks more like a 2x8. I guess it probably doesn't matter, you know. But I just don't know if that's really going to save that or not. I mean, it kind of makes you wonder too, though, if it does survive. I mean, what the hell is it going to take to put this stuff back together? Wow, you're so cool. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's go get gas, which we're there already. I guess my suggestion would be to, right now, I would keep all eyes on that number 12. Number 8 is a little bit farther back. We can't really see the water on that one yet. Yeah, it looks like high tide is coming up here within the next hour. There's like a 4-foot tide around noon coming. That's not going to be good. Yeah, the one that I would be watching right now would be that number 12. God, like, I don't want to stop watching. I mean, this thing's not, like, about to go in or anything. I mean, these houses are, well, they were built to withstand hurricanes. But that was also before the beach disappeared. So... definitely not like it's gonna fall in here in the next 10 minutes, but it's just interesting watching that because we can go back in the... See, what I should have done was... That's why I wish that I could get a hold of some of these owners out there, because I would love to have, like, marked where the sand was on that, you know, with like just a small paint line, or even just pounding a nail in or something, so we go back later and say this is how much beach eroded. So I would love to be able to say, you know, this is how much eroded. Yeah, there's more than one situation like this. Pretty much all those houses on that beach are in kind of a crisis like this. Some of them that are actually farther out, that are still standing, they're just little islands out there. It's crazy how far down to the piles. I think they're like 20. I think they usually are driven down like 20, 25 feet. I don't know. I think that's roughly how far they go. 20 to 25 or so. I would say probably at least, I would say probably at least 3 feet of beach has been eroded off of those. Just by like the way that they looked earlier. There's been a lot that's been drug out of there. It gets, you know, and not only does it get blown back to the, well, I guess that would be the west, but it's also getting pushed back with all that water. I mean, that's pretty crazy. Oh man. Oh, the water just spilled over. I'm watching the camera on another screen here. It just spilled over. It's over the berm now. That last wave, it just did it. At it says 21:10:34 on the timestamp. And yeah, I know that's an hour behind, but the minutes are right. So at 10:34, that wave just that was it. It breached it. It's over the berm now, so it's in the road. So water should be into the road. That's all. It's slightly sloped downhill, and there's maybe about 20 feet from where the camera is to the road. So the road is behind the camera. It's behind and also to the left of the camera. So it's about 20 feet. So that's going to be at the road. Just it's spilling over. It's over the berm. So. Yep, that one just went over too. I wouldn't be surprised if that stretch of road that we were on just ends up being just covered in sand again. Yeah, I'll turn the night mode back on for number 8, but the problem is, folks, when I do that, it's just because of all the sea spray, it reflects back off of the sea spray. Let me try messing with it real quick again, but it's probably going to make it worse. Once that water gets up closer, though, the IR should reflect off of it. And we'll probably turn the IR back on then. One of the beams are bent. Probably was already. I mean, that thing didn't look too great when I was down there. Wow. Oh my God, there's a ton of water, guys. That's 2 feet deep of water. Holy crap. Where did that come from? God damn. Yeah, there's a lot of water. That water's up into the what should be the yard. All right, folks. Well, I'm gonna run in and get dinner, and I'm gonna get fuel while we're at it. Hold on. I gotta find my wallet. Because when I changed, I don't know where it went. Yeah, the amount of rain and spray is really tough with IR. So yeah, it is hard to see. But I tell you what, it's a good thing we have it, because when we turn it off, you can't see squat. I mean, be right back. Oh my god. Ah, frick, it's raining. come on. Jesus, wait till you guys get a load of this crap. I got a good one for you, and it's probably gonna get me canceled. I'm gonna get so canceled for this, I don't even care. So you've been reading my commentary. Well, there's these two blonde chicks in there, right? And hold on, let me dump the stream from. And I don't know. They're my age, maybe a little younger, whatever. And hold on. Okay. So they're like sitting there shit talking everybody, which is absolutely what I was doing with you guys. And they're talking, I think alcohol may be involved here, but I probably should leave before one of them comes out here. But there were some comments being made very loud, and I don't think they realized how loud they were. And she said they were making comments about everybody, but she said that I looked cute, but my Crocs were gay. And I said, yeah, not as gay as your boyfriend. And I turned around and I walked away. Fucking bitch. Like, come on. Like, I can hear you. She learned a valuable lesson. If you're going to talk shit about people, you got to talk a little bit quieter. I'm going to get canceled for that. I don't care. I thought it was freaking hilarious. But no, like, they were freaking just they had a problem with and I had a problem with some of the people too. Like the guy with the stick up his ass and meth mouth and all that. But God, they were just shit talking everybody. Like the lady behind the counter making the food was super nice, and they were bitching like her hair looks fucking stupid. And it's like, Jesus, well, your hair don't look much better, princess. Jesus Christ, like, you guys talk like you're hot shit. Go check yourselves, guys. I'm wearing gay-looking Crocs because it's all that they had for $14.99 at the shitty souvenir store. Not wearing them because I want to wear them. Thankfully, this all happened right as I was about to go pay, so I was able to just kind of say, you know, make my nasty comment and then walk up to the register. And the lady behind the register, I ended up self-checking out, but the lady behind the register just had this giant grin on her face because she heard my comment back and she thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's harmless, but it's like if you're gonna make a comment like that, you're totally gonna get a comment back. Like, nobody gets a pass. Watch this fucking idiot. Nearly rear-ended me. Like, didn't even realize that I was in this lane, and then just nearly smoked me. But anyway. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's gonna be all over Twitter. He said the G word. Oh my God, Crimea River. I don't know if she had a boyfriend. He wasn't in there. I just been like, whatever. You're gonna be like that, fine. You call my Crocs gay? Well, not as gay as your boyfriend. How's that? Like the look on both, like they didn't even know what they just looked at me like, what? Like they didn't even say anything. Like I honestly expected them to like say something back, but no, they just like stood there like they couldn't even process what just happened. Oh boy, yep. This will be just like the January 6th incident. I'm sure Blue Candy will have that screen recorded and posted all over Twitter by morning. Just give them time. Give them time. Sorry, I just have zero tolerance for the cancel culture. Even though I'm not the one that made the derogatory comment, I'm sure that I'll be the one that's blamed for it. But I would rather have a little bit of fun with you guys than live in a shell and not be able to talk about funny things that happen. No, they didn't think I could hear him. They don't. They had to have been just not processing because everybody in that damn gas station could hear him. Even Captain Methmouth over there heard him. Because the one girl's like, it looks like she's doing cocaine. And I was standing next to this other guy. This guy goes, well, that's fucking meth, sweetheart. And I'm just like, this was the lady that was trying to count her change, and was like, and how many cents? And the cashier was like 79, and she's like 79. That's 7 dimes. 1, 2, 3, and then she paused. And she goes, ah, shit! I have to start all over because of the voices. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. That's 7 dimes. Just take them before they take them. And she slid them across the counter. And she goes, and that's 1 nickel and how many pennies? And she's like tweaking and twitching and shit. And the lady behind the counter is like 4. And she goes, I only have 3. I only have 3 pennies. And she turns around and she starts talking to somebody like, now they're gonna take me. And she's like, 3 pennies is fine. Don't worry about it. And she's like walking out, and as the Captain Methmouth is walking out, she went to the back exit. You guys didn't see her. But as Captain Methmouth was leaving, this guy's walking in, and she goes, hey, you got a smoke? And he's like, no. She's like, you got a lighter? And he's like, no. She's like, you got a smoke? And he's like, no. And he starts walking by her, and she goes, fucking asshole. And she's like tweaking all the way out the door. Like, what the hell kind of a zoo is that place? Jesus God. Got a freaking zoo in there, man. Ah, dang. Yeah, I know what somebody looks like when they're on drugs, and that poor lady was on drugs. She had made some very bad decisions with her life, so hopefully she gets some help and can talk herself through it. I wasn't going to tell you that story if she walked out the front, because I didn't want a local to see her, you know, but it's anonymous. You guys don't even know who it is. I don't even know who it is, so. But yeah, that was quite the zoo in there between frickin' Sweet Cheeks, frickin' Princess Pants, and then frickin' Blondie Socks and Captain Methmouth, and then the guy with the stick up his ass who was being a belligerent asshole to everybody. Yeah, the guy with the stick up his butt. Those 2 guys. She's like, order 165? And the guy comes up and he's like, why don't you say it a little louder? Have a blessed day. So the smart ass behind the counter, good for her, she just screams like as loud as she can. She's like, 165! As this guy's walking away, and he just turns around and he goes, yeah, thanks, I got it. Like, I don't know what his problem was. I think he was drunk. But like, she was just yelling out the orders like she's supposed to do. And he's like, you could say it a little louder. It's like, okay. But I thought it was pretty funny. He turns to walk away and she just starts screaming at him, 165! Holy shit, they got a lively one in there tonight. My God. That was funny. But guys, I actually might start calling it here. I might get some rest. I might get back up in a couple hours and go back at it, but I need to sit down and eat. I really just kind of want to sit down for a minute. It's gonna be a nightmare getting into the hotel too, because I got like 16 bags and it's freaking raining and wet. Actually, if you guys want to stick around a minute, I'll show you the rigging I have done to get number 9 on my balcony without falling off. So if you guys actually just want to stick around for a minute, I'm not going to walk you guys up to the hotel room with me. That's a little bit creepy. But I would absolutely turn the camera off because you don't really need to know where I'm sleeping. And show you guys the rigging job I did. Pretty proud of it. Involves a towel and a coffee maker lid. So if you guys want to see how a towel and a coffee maker lid are making Project Weather Eye possible, just stand by, please. You're gonna find out in a minute what a coffee maker. Oh Christ, there's a bus of kids here. God damn, I hate kids. It's probably where those two blonde chicks are going. God dang, that looks like a prison bus. But if you want to know what a coffee maker and yeah, watch out, lady. I'll run you guys over. I ain't paying any attention. If you guys want to see what a coffee maker and a dish rag and a camera have to do with each other, just stick around. I gotta find a goddamn parking spot. Where's the diamond parking? Come on, guys. It's supposed to have a parking spot up front. What the frick? So you should actually be able to see my truck on number 9. Uh-oh. Did it fall? Oh, shit. Don't tell me it fell off the balcony. Is number 9 still up? Guys, if that fell off the balcony, that could have killed somebody. Oh, shit. I don't see it. Is it still up? Yeah, it's still up. Why can't I see it? Okay, well, it's still up. I, honest to God, thought I lost it. Came down. Oh, my God. That scared the shit out of me. Because that would have really hurt somebody. I mean, I had that thing secured pretty damn good, but that worried me for a minute. It's like, oh, no. Because it's just a plastic railing. So give me just a second. I gotta make like 13 trips up and down. But I'm just gonna take my food up for right now and eat. I'll come back down and get the rest of the crap. So I'm gonna send you guys to break. I'll be right back. Hold on, you're gonna find out all about the coffee maker. Just stand by. Okay. You're working? Okay. All right, so I had this up on the balcony, but I moved it down. I forgot that I moved it down, so it wouldn't have fell. Are you ready for this rigged cobble job piece of shit? I am. So, there it is, wedged between the plastic. So we have a towel and this coffee maker lid. And the coffee maker lid props the camera up at the proper angle, and the towel keeps it from sliding back on the table, because otherwise it falls backwards. And actually this chair probably should be there too for extra stability. I had it bungee corded up top here, but then it was brought to my attention that this is a plastic railing. So yeah, that's that. That's how it's working. So actually, I'm gonna leave this open. It is freaking hot in here. So my first order of business is to, I'm already drying out one of the towels. First order of business with these hotel returns after a chase like this is you immediately start drying out your clothes, because otherwise you're gonna have a bad day. So I'm gonna dry that out. You go over here to your thing here, and yes, it is 85 in here because I left the heat on this morning by accident. You put it on emergency heat, and now that sucker is gonna blow nothing but hot ass air. So, and it's not gonna stop. So that will dry your stuff out. So just little tips like that make a big difference. Now you all know. I got to go down and get my boots and stuff the hairdryer in them. So that's that. All right, guys. I'm gonna. Oh my God! So many of you guys are still watching. Jesus. Oh. I am going to go ahead and close this out. Thanks for watching. 446. Nice. Thanks, guys. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to close this out and be done. So, not for, at least I might go out in an hour or two, honestly. I just need to sit down for a minute. The thing is, if we go back down to where we were, it's an hour and 20 minutes down drive down to there, and that's an hour and 20 back. So I mean that puts me back here by about 12:30 or 1 o'clock if we don't screw around. And we're gonna have more coverage of this. It just might be early in the morning, so just stick around. We'll figure something out. I'd have to start a new stream anyway because this one's been going for so long. So thanks for being here. Appreciate our supporters, super chatters, PayPalers, channel members, all that. I'll take a look at all that stuff here in a little bit. So thanks, folks. Have a good one. And remember, you can watch these cameras in the Radar Omega app. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring my laptop up and start watching. And we'll go from there. So if you guys want, I'm gonna leave one of the mods to answer this, but I will actually pull up, because we have a Discord server. If you go to the website in the chat that's pinned, it'll look like it'll be a link tree. Hold on. It'll look like this. Maybe not. Guess not. I'm not really that worried about 12, honestly. I mean, we've gotten through worse. I'm watching that which camera is that? One of those cameras is on 12. I think it's the one farthest south at number 4, but it's so hard to see because of the wind blowing all the spray everywhere. I was gonna say, if you go join our Discord server, we can have a watch party for this. I guess if you want to call it that. We'll probably, I'm trying to figure out what room we want to do that in. I'm looking through the Discord right now. I don't know how to use it, so. Oh god, chat rooms, weather chat, mouse. Weather discussion? Nope, not that one. Damn it. I don't know where to send you guys. We'll just do it in the general chat room, okay? I'll just go sit in there. So, I'm in the general room. Alright, I said hi. So, I guess if anybody wants to armchair quarterback this stuff, you're welcome to. I'm gonna go over there as well. So, have a good night, folks. I will see you again here in a few hours.